you to this second day of the 5-day program on communication skills. Well, friends, I have emailed the final program copy to all the centers coordinators. I request them to kindly download it, take a print of it, and give it to each participant. And from that, they can also decide which sessions can be attended by the students also. Well, friends, yesterday we have covered some significant aspects of communication, oral communication and functional English. And in the afternoon, Konika ma'am has dealt with reading skills. As we understand, in the verbal communication, listening, speaking, reading and writing are the 4 major components. We have covered yesterday 2 of them, speaking, little bit of that, and also the reading component. Before I tell you about the today's program, let me brief you about tomorrow's program. Tomorrow we are having in the morning a very interesting session on phonetics, articulation and pronunciation. I would request all the participants, all the coordinators to kindly make sure that you have maximum attendance. Those who have not even registered the program, they should not miss this session. That session on articulation and pronunciation. You will understand the basics of phonetics also, but how to articulate and how to improve your pronunciation in any language, especially so in English. We will be also doing some exercises in that session tomorrow morning, and we are having Dr. Archana R. Singh, who is an authority on this subject and teaching in the Punjab University in the Department of Communication. So I will request all the participants, all the coordinators to kindly make sure that tomorrow morning you do not miss out this session on phonetics, articulation and pronunciation. And about today's program, we will be now, just now after my brief introduction, we'll be having a session on writing skills. Writing is an important aspect of communication, the written communication. And we often make so many mistakes when it comes to writing, especially in the grammar. And we are also having some kind of confusion in our mind when it comes to business or office correspondence. What should be the format of that? And many times our colleagues also have to write the agenda of a meeting, and they also have to write down the proceedings or the minutes of the meetings also. Though everything related to writing skills cannot be covered in 1.5 hours or 1 hour, but I have requested the expert, Madam Sudhiti Jindal, who is going to engage this session to cover some aspects of grammar and some aspects of drafting, that is official correspondence. Also, a little bit of, I would say, how to write an agenda and how to write the minutes of a meeting. And after that session, we are going to have another session on classroom communication, which is the application of communication as related to the teachers. Classroom communication, and Madam Meera Anand going to take this session. And then in the afternoon, we are going to have a session on listening skills. That will be engaged by myself only at 2 o'clock. And before I give you introduction about the speaker of the day on the writing skills, Madam Sudhiti Jindal, let me request all the participants, all the coordinators, that kindly observe the timings. Yesterday also I said that you should be available at 9:25, ready with all the connections and all. What happens is when we are delaying the session, there is a pressure on the expert to summarize whatever he or she wants to present. I mean, the loss is that of the participants and the pressure is on the experts. I will very humbly request all the participants, all the coordinators to kindly observe the timings so that we can give our best to all of you. And now, my dear friends, let me introduce the speaker of the day, today morning session, that is Sudhiti Jindal. Let me start by saying that this session is on writing skill, and Madam Sudhiti Jindal happens to be a writer herself. He wrote a novel. The title of the novel is Grow Up Moon. that is published by Snap Publishers, New Delhi in 2012. Besides having published a novel, she's been working as a sub-editor of a law teller magazine since 2003, and eventually she became an editor of the same magazine uh, since January 2011. She's also been blogging. You can also go on her blogs. I sometimes happen to visit her blogs and find very, very meaningful information, her expressions there. Uh, at Sudhiti verbosity at the rate of blogspot.in. You can visit her blog. About her experience, she is a founding director, partner, and now I understand she is a CEO of the Learning Curve Academy. This academy is very close to Chandigarh, a place called Nayagaon, hardly 5 kilometers from this place. The academy is solely dedicated to enhance English language skills in the students, ultimately enabling them to think in English. This is very important. You know, when we are having English is a foreign language for all of us. When we start thinking in English, our communication in that language becomes more and more proficient. The students are also taught personality development and other soft skills. And I also understand she is also very recently been inducted as a corporate communicator trainer also. She's also been doing a job for the corporate sector, how to improve the corporate communication. She has coached corporate clients in effective and correct usage of English in official communication through the internet. She has also offered capsules of grammar and creative writing to the students of Canada over the Skype. She is a visiting faculty to this institute. Number of departments have been regularly inviting her for her expertise in the area of communication and soft skills. And institutions like NITTRCHD, Mohali, Punjab University, Thapar University, on the topics like writing skills, personality development, and soft skills. About her educational background, she has done her postgraduate diploma in international business operations from IGNOU in 2001 and did her graduation in economics honors from Punjab University way back in 1999. Let me share with you some of her outstanding achievements and extracurricular activities. She has been involved into creative writings throughout her school and college and even the university days. She's been contributing to the school magazine and as well as in the college magazine, both in Hindi and English. She's been also awarded at Hindi Academy in Delhi for the same in 1995. She has also been a NCC cadet holding an A level certificate. That also reminds me that she happens to be daughter of a Air Force officer. And she was a head girl in the school in 12th standard. To my mind, this is a very big achievement to be head school in a school in the senior classes. Throughout her graduation, she has been a scholarship student of the Air Force Benevolent Fund. She is a meritorious student throughout all her 3 years in the college as well in the school also, holding the top 3 positions in the in-house examinations as well as in the other tests also. Some of the pastime activities she liked to indulge in is, and I often find her there, in the libraries and also in the bookstalls, and she is a very ferocious reader herself. We say that if you want to be a good speaker, you have to be a good listener. If you want to be a good writer, you have to be a good reader. And one of her pastime activities, reading the books, reading whatever comes to her hand, she likes to spend her time in that. And my dear friends, the list is so long, but I like to now invite Madam Sudhi Jindal to kindly throw some light on the aspects of writing skills. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good morning, both of you. And good morning, everybody at the centers. I hope I'm audible. Okay, considering that much. So today we are here to talk. So today we are here to talk about writing skills and how writing skills are an essential part of communication. I believe that communication is an inherent need of every human being. Even before we had any kind of script or language in form, we were writing in the caves, isn't it? Yes? And how were we writing? We were writing using the pictographic script. We did not have any letters, any alphabet invented, yet we started writing. So the need to communicate is so strong within us that we need to have a tool to communicate, and that led to language. And when it led to the development of language, we needed to use it not only to speak, not only to hear, listen, but also to write. And once we were proficient in writing, it was considered, and it is still considered today, that a person who is proficient in writing, using a language, a means of communication in the best way possible, in the best manner possible, form possible, is a very intelligent and a wise person. That is our parameter. Yes, so that is why the knowledge of language and the capability to use it proficiently becomes unknowingly, inadvertently, a benchmark of our intelligence. Whatever we know, we need to put it down. We need to communicate. Yes, and more than the oral word, there is the permanence of the written word. The permanence, the written word carries more permanence. It reaches out to far greater people than the oral word. Yes, so that is why writing has become a very important part in today's day and age, especially when the whole concept of enterprise, the whole concept of engaging with other people in commercial activity or in any other activity has led to transcending of borders. We have become global in our approach. So how do we reach out to people who are not in the same physical space with us? We reach out to them, avoiding all sorts of confusions, avoiding all sorts of duplicity of meaning. We do that through the written word. Hence, proficiency in writing skills has become the need of the hour. And I believe that more so it is pertinent for people like you, professionals like you, who are in the business of words, who are teaching words, who are communicating words, who are transferring knowledge through the usage of words. So not only you need to know how to speak efficiently, proficiently, you also need to know how to write proficiently, because your written word carries so much of weightage that it is going to influence the future generations. Besides that, there is an added responsibility to every portfolio profile these days. So besides teaching being your core competency area, the core responsibility area, teachers today, lecturers today, professors today are required to carry out certain administrative work as well. Every administrative work, every official work is recorded. Again, the permanence comes for recording through the written word. It cannot come through the oral word. Hence, there is an increased or enhanced importance of writing skills, especially for teachers and professionals like you. All right, let's begin today's session first. And I have made it very non-technical. I am just going to revise a certain aspects of grammar and all with you. But before that, I'm going to develop as to what are writing skills. And these are my definitions. These are not some experts' definition of writing skills. First thing I've written, it is an integral part of communication skills. Communication skill set cannot be developed without having good writing skills. And in today's day and age, when technology has made it easier and convenient for us to write, we have corrupted our language. What we are doing is we are using English language to write Hindi words. So we are polluting. So we are polluting not only one language, we are polluting two languages in the whole scheme of things. So that means we may think that we are well connected through technology and all, but when time comes for us to draft a formal communication, we have lost that habit. We have lost that proficiency. Why? Because we are so used to corrupting. We are so used to taking every conversation in an informal manner. It might be viewed as a as an advantage, that okay, we are able to connect so well, we are able to communicate so well, that no language becomes a hindrance for us. We have improvised our communication. जो पहले की communication थी, उससे अब हमने अपनी communication improvise कर लिया. We might say that. But whenever I come to writing skills, I started with the same premise that anything which needs permanence, anything which needs to carry an air of authority, anything which is official has to be written down. It cannot be written down in a polluted or a corrupted manner. Then it will not be viewed with that kind of authority. It will come across as a very casual communication. And again, I may have that kind of knowledge, I may have that kind of wisdom within me, but just because I've put out a very sorry or a very informal piece of communication, the parameter, the benchmark for my knowledge goes down. I lose out. So that is why it is important. It is good to stay connected, but there are certain rules, principles that we cannot discount. They are there since time immemorial because of their some value, inherent value that they carry, and they should be carried forward in such way. But that doesn't mean I'm asking you to be inflexible. I'm asking you to be unadaptable. But there are certain areas, there's a right place and a right time for everything. So this is that right place and right time for written communication, especially official. So that is why written communication is an integral part of communication skill set. I cannot say that I am connected through internet, so I don't need to do this. I cannot say that I don't need to prepare my PowerPoint slides. I don't need to prepare my notes for this session. Why? Because I am communicating through interface with so many people beyond my reach in the physical space also. I have passed over that. No, even after today's session, there are going to be notes with my session accompanying the email that is going to be sent out to you. The exercises that I'm going to discuss with you, they have to be given out in the written form. Otherwise, whatever I have said is going to be lost in thin air. Yes, so even I cannot discount that. All right, although I am using the other technology. Another important, how do I choose to define writing skills, is it aids in transfer of information. So I can transfer information, like being a writer, I know it. I have had readers who have not met me, whom I have not met, who've connected with me through my blogs, through my novels, and they claim to know me. Why? Because they've read a piece about me and they form a bond with me. When I'm able to forge this kind of a bond with somebody, that means I'm able to exert some influence over them. That immediately adds some kind of power or strength to my candidature, my profile, my personality. I'm able to reach out to people. Like just today in the morning when I walked into the session, I checked who all are connected, the list of centers, and I said, why are we not connected with centers in Orissa and Agra? I would like to be connected with them also. Because that need to be able to transfer information far and wide. And I knew I could do that through this medium, through the written word, through the notes that are going to go there. So that is how, when the written word helps in transfer of information, it forms a net which cannot be broken down. And all the points on that net, all the points on that network become strengthened by each other's connection, by each other's connectivity. That is why the written word helps in transfer of information. Writing skills are an important part when I want to transfer information, and that is more relevant in the case of teachers or professors like you, because you transfer information to your students. Next, the last point through which I have chosen to define writing skills are recording information. If I don't want any information to be lost, if I don't want any information to be changed or tweaked or transformed, then I write it down. That is why we write down our answers. That is why we write down our notes, so that they stay in our memory in the form and manner they have been dictated or they have been given out, doled out to us. The same way, any official communication that is of importance is not only sent through an email, a soft copy, but is also sent through a hard copy. Okay, so here this is the nature of writing skills. If you will see the importance of writing skills, they are derived from this nature only. And I have been delving on them since the beginning. The first is effective tool of communication. It is effective because Sometimes the way we speak, the same words, the tone or the manner in which we speak conveys more. And we know that in non-verbal communication, 93%, in any communication, 93% is conveyed through non-verbal communication. Only 7% is through verbal communication. Now, when the non-verbal communication comes into play, each and every person can assign his or her meaning to the paralinguistics. उसके आईज का लुक ऐसे एक्सप्रेशन ऐसे कह रहा था, उसकी टोन ये कह रही थी, and that creates the window for confusion, miscommunication. This can be avoided in the written form. I will do an exercise with you wherein we show expressions in the written word through punctuation. How do I take a pause? I take a pause through punctuation, and that punctuation conveys the expression and it changes the meaning of the entire set of sentence. We are going to do that. So if I'm very good with my language, my grammar and my vocabulary, I am sorted. It becomes an effective tool of communication. I narrow down the window of miscommunication or confusion in communication. That is why I need to be very careful. I will take up with you examples wherein I differentiate seemingly similar words like depend and rely. There's an example on it. And then the prepositions coming after it. What is the difference? We do not realize, but there's a whole world of difference between these two words, and we think we can interchangeably use them. No, that's not the case. So these are small nuances of language which I'm going to touch with you today. Not beginning from scratch, because I know everybody here has some minimum level of proficiency. It is just that higher value addition in the knowledge that marks the difference between a well-developed personality, a good communicator, and a person who can communicate using English. Okay. Next thing, why writing skills are important is it reaches a larger audience, of course. Like Karl Marx, this is my favorite example. Karl Marx was able to establish a communist state in the other continent like Asia, China. Why? Did he travel there? No. He is still present amongst us because Chinese are still thriving as a communist economy. At a time, there was bipolar world wherein USA was capitalist and USSR was a communist economy. How did that one person bring that about? He just wrote his essays. That is it. Nothing else. He did not go out and give speeches to the people. He did not bring about a revolution or anything. There was a socialist revolution. How? Karl Marx just wrote his theory of socialism, theory of communism. It was written, published as an essay. People picked up, people liked it. And that is how he was able to reach audiences and influence them. And he continues to influence them even today. Next thing is tool of influencing others, which flows from the other thing. The greater my scope is of reaching out to people, the greater are the people believing in what I'm saying or in parity with my opinion. That means my scope is greater. That means I'm able to influence more people. I'm able to reflect my point of view in others people's point of view through my written word. And that is why I feel that teachers also should delve upon it, that if they give out certain notes in the class, or if they give out certain written piece, or even if they refer to some kind of book or written material to be used by students, it should be of a very high quality. Because if it can absorb or engross the interest of the students, immediately not the writer's proficiency is elevated in the eyes of the student, it is your proficiency. Because the student says or sees that my teacher follows this book, understands this book, teaches me from this book, has this level of understanding. So even the small thing of giving out written notes or referring a book to your students for reading establishes such a great influence in their mind for you. So this should be taken care of. So you should not take any written word lightly, because it carries a value of permanence. Next thing is it is ladder to success. Of course, the more I intensify or congregate people thinking like me, and I'm able to affect them in a conducive manner, which is helpful for me. So much I like to take up an example wherein we have European companies, students are inducted, they have European companies to communicate with. They write down the email. If in the email the date is written in the American format, which is what we follow because of the computerized forms these days, wherein month comes first, day comes later, and the year, the European companies are going to take an offense to it. The French are not going to look at it even. Why? Because they are going to say this is the American format of writing date. The Americans are very casual. They lack culture. So how is this person have? Will this person have any business ethics and values? Should we be going in for any kind of business association with this company or an organization that is unmindful of hiring the kind of people to its rank of employees? That is the scope of influence. That is the scope of ladder of success, how writing skills can affect us. So it is very important to know these nitty-gritties of writing skills, pass them on to our students, and even project them in our communication. Same way, if that student had to communicate with an MNC based in US, had to communicate with an MNC based in Japan, the American format of writing the date is correct. But we also need to remember we do not write dates in digits when we are communicating with the person, because that is for a computerized form which is going to be read by a machine. Some people like me will take an offense as to why is this written like this. I am capable of reading January. There is no need for you to write 0, 1 dot. I know if you write down January, I'll read it. Why has this been written in a juvenile manner? So these small details determine on which rung of ladder of success are we on. These small things go a long way in paving our way to success, and it's a mark of a well-developed personality. It is a well-developed personality if I am able to rattle out details to you, and if you are able to rattle out such details to your students कि यूरोपियन लोग तो ऐसी डेट में खुश हो जाते हैं, अमेरिकन लोग ऐसी डेट में खुश हो जाते हैं, so that shows that you know about the European culture, you know about the American culture a little bit, to know the nuances, the way people like to be talked to. For example, when Vodafone came into India, they started off with the orange color and the name Hutch. Yes, in China, they went to China also, and then again the orange color and Hutch, and they even used orange in some areas, in some countries. Now, Hutch in Chinese is a very derogatory term, so they had to change their name. So what they changed it to? Orange. But then, since it's a communist country, and in India also, orange here is associated at that time when Congress was in rule, associated with BJP. BJP was not carrying a good image that time. So there was a lot of negative association or negative value assigned to a company which is so non-discriminatory in nature. Uska religion se kya lena dena hai? Uska politics se kya lena dena hai? Uska economic theory se kya lena dena hai? जो कि China में हो रहा था. So they changed their color to red. Then orange is not given that kind of importance in India, because in India we are very territorial and very passionate about the national emblem and national things. So they could not use orange in India. So what did they do? They started using Vodafone, and now in most of the countries they have standardized it as red and Vodafone. So that is how small things in language, to be able to know that they are they are a mark of a well-developed personality. For example, some expression may be I, like this is just a regional language that I'm taking up. I means something else here. I means something else in Maharashtra. So these small nuances, if I know about English only, I'm not talking about all the languages, about English only, because it is a global language of communication. It shows that I am mindful of other cultures. I know deeply the language that I'm talking in, conversing in. I'm capable of using it as an efficient tool of communication. That is why I have a well-developed personality. So even without traveling all over the world, I know these things. I'm not traveled to China. I know these things. I have not traveled to US, but I know these things. So, but then that projects that, yes, this kind of authority, because I'm sure of my facts, this kind of authority comes through some kind of exposure to the cultures there. All right. Okay. So let's move further. How do we develop our writing skills? First is good knowledge of grammar. Grammar is the vehicle on which we travel on any language. So that we need to know. And we all have been, taught in English language. The medium of instruction has been English, yet our proficiency in English or confidence or comfort level in English is not that much. That's because our tool for that language has not been very well used. It's a skill. And I cannot say that, when a child is born, nobody says, ye to acha driver nahi ban sakta hai. Nobody says that. But when the child grows up to be 18, 19 or 20, that child takes to driving a car or a two-wheeler, whatever. So what does that mean? At that time, the skill was not there within the child, or some magic wand has been, waved over his head and suddenly that skill has come and said, no, everything is within us. It is just that what we develop and project comes out. It's the same thing with the knowledge of grammar or language. We are capable of understanding, taking up any new language. It is just that we need to practice it and project it. How do I practice a language? Through grammar. Let me just quickly take up exercises with you on grammar. What's the mouse for this? I want to open. Nahi, koi baat nahi. No, that's okay. I'll go here. All right. If you can see on your slide here first, I'm going to deal with a few exercises on grammar. The first one is subject-verb agreement. And we usually are very unmindful of the small nuances of which kind of verb, singular, plural verb will come with the subject. Okay. So let's look at the first sentence here. I'll request studio audience also here to help me solve this. And I'll also request the centers connected with me through ICT. And any one of them. Let me call out to, let's see, do we have somebody from Mathura Sanskriti group of institutions? Can you hear me? Yes. I would request any one of you to come ahead. Yes, hold the mic.
Hello? From Sanskriti, madam?
Your voice is echoing a lot.
Hello?
Why don't you put the mic a little away from your mouth? थोड़ा मुंह से दूर रख के बोलेंगे mic पे. तीन के पास रख के बोलिए sir. Yes sir.
Are you here, ma'am?
Yes sir. Yes sir. It's much better.
Thank you.
Okay sir. Let's do the first sentence with you. The chairman with the directors dash to be present for the meeting. I hope you can see the first sentence on the slide. Yes? Okay. Now I'll give you the two options of plural or singular verb. Either it could be is or it could be are. Is is A-R-E-R.
Good morning, ma'am.
Are.
R आएगा sir.
Are to be present for the meeting.
Good morning, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. I can hear you. Which college is this?
Good morning, ma'am. Bharat Group of Colleges.
Yes, ma'am. Can I have your answer also?
Yes, ma'am.
Is to be present for the meeting.
Is to be present for the meeting.
Okay. Thank you so much. So now from Bharat Group of Colleges, we have the answer is to be present for the meeting. And from Sanskriti Group of Institutions, the answer was are. Let me ask somebody here from the studio audience, what do you think? Yes. What do you, ma'am? The first one, the chairman with the directors dash to. Okay, we have a majority vote in favor of is, which is correct. Okay, now let me ask the same sentence again to ma'am from Bharat Group of Colleges. Are you there with me, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
May I know your name, please?
Vanita.
Okay, Vanita, ma'am. If I change the sentence a little bit, the chairman and the directors dash to be present for the meeting. All right, let me repeat the sentence with the changed word. The chairman and the directors dash to be present for the meeting. Are.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me why you've changed the singular verb to plural verb now? बात तो हम वही कर रहे हैं. पहले भी chairman और directors आ रहे थे, अभी भी chairman और directors आ रहे हैं.
मैम because the chairman and directors plural है मैम.
Okay. So, all right. So you're saying when I replace the preposition with the conjunction and, my subject becomes plural. So it takes up a plural verb, and that is are. I hope everybody is with me on this. Yes. Yes. Okay. So let me try replacing with another preposition or conjunction. Let me say the chairman as well as the directors. What will be the verb now?
Ma'am are.
Okay. Anybody else from the, let's see, sir from Sanskriti group of college institutions? Sir, are you there with me? Can I know your name first, please?
This is Piyush, ma'am.
Push?
Piyush.
Yes, sir.
Piyush. Piyush.
I got you, Piyush. मतलब पराग होता है. I got your meaning, sir, also. Tell me, sir.
Madam, are.
आर होना चाहिए अगर मैं as well as डाल दूं. The chairman as well as the directors dash to be present for the meeting.
Are to be.
Okay. What about the studio? All right. Let me ask somebody from the studio audience. Are? Are? Now this is where we falter. Whenever I use as well as, it becomes singular. Iron as well as magnesium is found in India. Yes? That is the case? Now, in this case though, R is correct, not because the chairman and the directors are taken together. Why? Because the verb conforms to the subject it is closest to. यहाँ पे जो verb आ रहा है वो कौन से subject के पास आ रहा है? The directors के पास आ रहा है. The chairman के पास नहीं आ रहा है लिखते हुए. और वो तो डायरेक्टर्स का जो टर्म है, जो वचन है, वो प्लूरल है. इट इज प्लूरल. That is why the verb is going to be plural despite the fact I have used as well as. But otherwise अगर मैं as well as use करती हूँ, like I said, iron as well as magnesium is found in India. क्योंकि दोनों singular है, iron और magnesium material nouns है, singular होते हैं, इसलिए वो singular verb आ रहा है. I hope this is clear. Now these are small exercises of English which we can use as a mobile application also. We can all go to BBC Skills-wise application on our phone and attempt these exercises on a daily basis. BBC has given out exercises, such worksheets for all the skills of English language, LSRW, listening, speaking, reading, writing, for those people for whom English is not their first language. And it has various levels of proficiency also. So beginners, middle level learners, advanced learners, proficient learners. So there are many categories. We can attempt this, and this is like a puzzle. You know, passing time, waiting in the queue, we can attempt this. This helps us not only to pass time but also improve our knowledge of the language. Let's go on to the next one. अब यहाँ पे and use किया गया, straight and simple. Rise and fall of the tide dash to the lunar influence. Can I go to YMCAUST Faridabad? Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir, I can hear you clearly. Good morning, sir. May I have your name, please, first?
My name is Dr. Vasudev Malhotra, YMC University, Faridabad.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Malhotra. Can you please attempt this for me? The rise and fall of the tide dash due to the lunar influence.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
With the directors, agreed to be present for the meeting.
Okay, sir. We are not doing the first sentence. We are doing the second sentence. Second sentence, sir, ये है the rise and fall of the tide dash due to the lunar influence. Sir, इसमें क्या आएगा? Singular verb या plural verb?
Is due to.
इस सब मैंने and use किया तब भी is आ रहा है. Why?
Is.
Yes, sir. Tell me the reason why. I have used and we just agreed when I use and, it becomes plural. Ram and Sham are present today. तब भी यहाँ पे and use करने के बावजूद भी is क्यों आएगा?
क्योंकि राइजर मान एक ही है ना मैडम, द राइजर मान ऑफ द सेम.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So now when we talk about one idea, even though we might have two separate singular components or plural components in the subject, they become singular. For example, bread and butter is his only meal. He's not simply surviving on bread, he's not simply surviving on butter, but bread and butter together is the meal. So that is why two nouns together also taken by and make a singular subject. For example, I can use that very famous adage here for you. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy and wise. हमने दो आदतों की बात करी है, पर क्योंकि वो एक साथ एग्जिस्ट करनी चाहिए तभी healthy, wealthy और wise होंगे, तभी singular verb आया है makes. So these are small things which slip out of our mind when we are writing down our theses, when we are writing down our reports, when we are writing down our papers and they are rejected. They are not accepted in international journals. They are rejected on points of language and grammar. So on simple sentences, smaller sentences, it is easier to practice and then apply it in longer sentences. We should be so thorough with our practice that our mind does not accept this even when we are writing technical sentences which are long. So I have done that kind of editing for many research scholars who come to me and say that ye journal mein reject ho gaya. I could not upload my article or my paper online because of certain rejections. They said incorrect usage of language and grammar. So this is how we practice and improve. And this is how you should even pass on the information and knowledge to your students so that when they are preparing their technical reports or their thesis reports or doctorate reports, they should be mindful of these kind of small things. Let's move on to the last example, which are supposed to be the same, but they are a little different. I would request somebody from Government Engineering College, Bikaner. Is there somebody from the Government Engineering College, Bikaner here connected? May I request anybody to please hold the mic and speak? No? They are not speaking, no? Okay. All right, may I request somebody from Sri Ram Colleges, Muzaffarnagar to hold the mic and attempt this?
Yes, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am. I can hear you loud and clear. May I have your name, please?
I'm Reena, ma'am.
Reena?
Yes, ma'am.
Such a nice thing to talk to you loud and clear in the morning. Okay, let's look at these two sentences. The parliament dash divided on the report. Okay, that's the second.
Is divided.
Okay, great. Okay.
Yes, last sentence.
Parliament is divided on the report. That is what you're saying to this?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's look at the last sentence. The parliament dash passed the bill.
Has passed.
Okay, ma'am. So in both the cases, you are saying that it should be a singular verb.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, can I ask somebody here from the studio audience, what do they think?
Similarly.
Yes. Huh. Okay. Great. May I have your name, please? Okay. Dr. Purnima Pandey here has given the whole logic also and the correct answer also here. So just because we see that there is a collective noun as part of the subject, we don't just close our eyes and put a singular verb. When I'm talking about divisions or bifurcations within the collective noun, then it becomes a plural noun. For example, the crew of the ship were taken prisoners. The crew is a collective noun, but they were taken prisoners separately. There's not that the crew of the ship have one body, like one face, two arms. No, they were separate individuals, entities. They had to be handcuffed and put into cells separately. But in the last sentence here, Reena ma'am, are you with me? I hope she is. Okay. Okay. Now in the last sentence you said correctly, because we are treating the parliament together as one cohesive group. It has become a collective noun because we are not showing any division, difference of opinion here. So that is why singular verb is correct here. So we just cannot close our eyes and apply these rules of subject verb agreement. There are many rules like either or, neither nor, each and every. I will show you that exercise in some time. which will be passed on to you in through the email by Simla sir. So you can attempt those. There are editing errors there. There are misuse of common words that we do not assign proper value to, and these are the kind of mistakes that have been covered there. All right, what we can do in grammar besides this, prepositions. I was once told by my students that there's one student who said there are 48 prepositions, but the moment I change a preposition, the meaning changes. For example, a simple verb celebrate, if I use celebrate by, celebrate for, celebrate with, the meaning of the phrase changes. Also, there is a figure of speech in English wherein they are called prepositional phrases or idioms, wherein a verb is followed by an adverb or a preposition, or both an adverb and preposition together, and that cluster of words acquires a new meaning. For example, bring up. Now, bring up means to rear something, maybe a child or plant. Okay, it also means to bring up a discussion, to highlight something. It does not mean to pick up something from the ground and bring it up. No, that is not the meaning. So that is how prepositions are very important in our language. We don't know small to आएगा, in आएगा, inside आएगा, और कितना meaning change हो जाता है. So let's look at this kind of usage here, and this can be developed through practice. All right, can I request somebody from JCD Polytechnic Sirsa to be connected here?
Yes, ma'am.
Morning, sir. May I have your name, please?
Ankush.
Okay, Ankush, I want you to attempt the first sentence with me. The mayor subscribed a handsome sum dash the flood relief fund. कौन सा preposition आना चाहिए यहाँ पे? What do you think?
Ma'am, according to me, it's for the flood relief fund for FOR.
और आना चाहिए. Okay. Now here this is small difference that I like to elaborate. When I subscribe for something, then I get something in return. For example, I subscribe for a magazine. So I get a magazine. I subscribe for a membership of a club, I get the services of the club. But when I subscribe to something, then I'm giving something. Here the mayor is giving the funds, so it has to be subscribed to. The mayor subscribed a handsome sum to the flood relief fund. That means the mayor gave away. He was not on the receiving end, he was on the giving end. The same way when I say I subscribe to your views, that means I give my acceptance to your views. I am in agreement with you. So the small preposition has changed the meaning of subscription. Yes, sir? So
Yes,
this,
ma'am, I agree.
thank you, Ankush. So these are the small, practices which we can do to improve our English, because these are general tendencies which have seeped into our language. This was with me also. It is just that I have practiced, and that is why I can claim to say it here. Nothing else. Okay. Let's look at the next sentence here. Who will, let me call out somebody from Bharat Group of Colleges again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that Veena ma'am again?
Yes,
One-
May I have your name, please?
Jyoti Mehta, ma'am.
Okay, so this is Jyoti Mehta ma'am here. All right, ma'am, will you please attempt the next sentence with me? The he quarreled dash.
In first dash here with. He
Yes.
quarreled with me in a trifle.
Okay, now whenever we have quarrel, it is always over.
Over.
Yes, he quarreled with me over a trifle.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, so these are small. On and over might mean the same when we are not using them as prepositions of place. So we think we can interchange them. No, but there are certain rules that have to be followed. Okay, ma'am, I'll do the next sentence also with you. Stay with me, Jyoti ma'am. He readily complied dash my request. क्या आएगा यहाँ पे? With आएगा कि to आएगा?
With. He readily complied with my request. With.
Okay, with आएगा?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask the studio audience here.
Complied to.
He readily complied with or to my request? Yes, it should be he readily complied to my request. अब कंफ्यूजन कहाँ से आई मैम? क्योंकि कंप्लायंट एक वर्ड है जो कंप्लाई से बनता है और उसी कंप्लाई से कंप्लाइड बना है, पास्ट टेंस ऑफ कंप्लाई. कंप्लायंट विद होता है और कंप्लाई टू होता है. बट क्योंकि हम लोग इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करते हैं और जो सेल्समैन आके हमसे बात करते हैं उनकी इंग्लिश इतनी अच्छी नहीं होती है, दे यूज एनी काइंड ऑफ इंग्लिश, सो वी हैव एक्सेप्टेड दिस पोल्यूटेंट इन आवर language. Okay, but it should be complied to, and when I have to use with, the form of comply will become compliant with. Okay, all right. All right, I will now do the last sentence with my studio audience. We should rely dash our efforts. On आएगा कि upon आएगा? I've narrowed it down. Yes. Rely upon. Okay, from studio audience have the answer rely upon. Yes, somebody from the ICT centers replying. Who is who's this? अच्छा, साई connected. ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. All right. So now I have that from the studio audience, Dr. Punima has said that it should be rely upon. Why should it not be rely on? Yes. 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 Yes, amazing. So Dr. Punima here has given the whole logic behind it. So whatever I'm discussing here is based on logic. I'm not just blindly asking you to follow it. Now what happens is we can say that rely on bhi to correct hai. Now this we associate, this is a misassociation we develop. Why? Because we think that depend and rely are interchangeable terms. But depend is only for that point of time specific with that event or situation. Whereas rely or reliance is over a period of time. Ab se leke it will continue till time immemorial. So that involves a greater degree of trust, faith, and more investment. So it is not only for now but later. And that is why rely will always be followed by upon and depend is followed by on. But just because we interchange or think depend can be replaced with rely, so on or upon ko bhi to hum replace kar dete. But that is not the case. So these are small nuances. If we know, then our communication becomes more crisp, clean, and clear, and we develop and we project a well-developed personality that way. All right. I was talking about expressions in written word. क्योंकि सबको लगता है paralinguistics important है, जो कि है. But we are able to convey our expressions in the written word also. Let's look at this sentence in which I have just changed the placement of mark of punctuation and the meaning has changed. The sentence is, a woman without her man is nothing. Now when I speak this with a pause projected by the comma on the screen, you will see the difference in the meaning of the same sentence. A woman without her man is nothing. A woman without her man is nothing. And the last sentence I read out thus. A woman without her man is nothing. A woman without her man is nothing. So just by placing the comma, a word ahead and a word later, I have differentiated the meaning. In the first iteration of the sentence, a woman without her man is nothing. I am giving more importance to man than the woman. And I'm saying that the woman cannot exist without her man. In the last or in the second iteration of the same sentence, I'm saying a woman without her man is nothing. I am giving more importance to woman and saying that the man has no independent identity devoid of the woman. So you see, whenever you are writing long sentences and I have to edit like a layman or somebody else who has to read technical language or technical jargon which has so many facts, recordings of a research into it, and the comma is misplaced, the whole meaning or the sense is lost. So what is the strength of a language? It is just a tool of communication. It is not a subject. The language has to be used proficiently as a tool of communication, and grammar is the vehicle on which we ride language to the road to success. So that is how you can do these very normal, easy exercises during your free time, or even take out time to do that and practice your language and improve your proficiency in it. All right, let me get back to tips. Another tip that I want to share here with you is a rich vocabulary. A rich vocabulary is not learnt by reading the dictionary. It is not learnt by exposing ourselves to words which we do not understand. It is developed by reading words or using words in a context. The same word statement can become a noun, can sometimes become a verb, depends upon where it is placed. I also advise my students to take up word trees to learn vocabulary. This is a very small example that I'm taking up. This came up with students of class 5th. They came across the word diversification. So they had to know the meaning. I said, let's think of the word which sounds similar to diversification, but we think is the smallest part of the word. So we came up with diverse. So हमने सबसे नीचे बेस में diverse लिख लिया. तो बोला इससे क्या बन सकता है? तो diversification बन गया, एक diversity बन गया, एक diversion बन गया. So now then we said, okay, let's look up the meaning. What we did was we just looked up the meaning of diverse, and from that the students were able to decipher 80% of the meaning of the rest of the words. Exact meaning was deciphered by looking at the dictionary. But the thing was, they knew in context. They had read it, so that is why they knew in context. One word led to the knowledge of 3 other new words in this case, which can do that for the others also. And when I make a word tree, I make a pictographic image of something new that I'm trying to learn. It etches in my memory. वो मेरे दिमाग में बैठ जाती है. That is why it is easier for us to remember a bulleted list rather than a list written down as long sentences, क्योंकि वो pictographically break हो जाती है. So that is why it is easier to remember and retain. That is how you can develop vocabulary. Then I said next point is reading. I said it in the initial part of the session that we all have had medium of instruction as English, yet we are not so proficient and comfortable in English. The reason is we have not exposed ourselves to this new language in our pleasure time activities. How did we learn our mother tongue? It's the same thing, we practiced it. We practiced that mum nahi pani hota hai. We started off with that, but we were told that this is pani, so we learned it even before we were able to learn water, because we exposed ourselves to that language in our informal time. So reading or watching movies in English or the language that we're trying to learn, we should do that, because the more informal engagement we have in a language, the more comfort level we develop with that language, and it is easier for us to even take up the expressions of the language. So rather than advising the students to read newspapers, which is very boring for them and it never leads to any development of English language, ask them to read novels in English, which they will pick up. एक हिंदी novel पढ़ी, एक English novel पढ़ो. एक हिंदी serial देखते हो, एक English serial देखो. And the content can be regulated. If somebody listens to Hindi songs, ask them to listen to English songs. Listen to news in BBC weather report is the best, because they have animation 3 या 4 मिनट की होती है, उससे ज्यादा की नहीं होती, और वो रिपीट होती रहती है, शाम को चेंज होती है. So they are aired 6 to 8 times during the day. 3 or 4 times is the same news that is being repeated. So if we start off at 6:30 in the morning, it is at 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30. 9:30, 8:30 के बाद वो 2-2 घंटे के गैप पे आती है. फिर उसके बाद वो शाम को अलग हो जाती है, क्योंकि वेदर चेंज हो जाता है. सो दे ऑल्सो टेक केयर ऑफ दैट कि सेम रिपोर्ट ही नहीं सारे दिन के लिए दिखाते रहेंगे. सो दे हैव एनिमेशन ऑल्सो. सो थंडरिंग विद लाइट शावर्स, तो पीछे से आता है कि थंडरिंग के लिए बिजली आ जाएगी, लाइट शावर्स. सो आई नो heavy downpour, then they have very heavy rainfall, बड़े बड़े बूंदे, बहुत सारी बूंदे. So I know heavy downpour का मतलब क्या है, कि बहुत तेज बारिश हो रही है. This is how beginners can take up English, and then they use expressions also. Those presenters use heavy downpour. So for that they develop expressions, and most of the meanings, as I said, is conveyed to prior linguistics. That is in itself is a total capsule for picking up expressions, pronunciation and words of English within 2-3 minutes. And since it is repeated, so whatever is missed in the first time can be catched up in the coming repetitions. And I just tell my students who are initiated into English कि बस आप शुरू में हफ्ता 10 दिन तो सिर्फ BBC वर्ल्ड वेदर रिपोर्ट ही देखिए और कुछ मत देखिए, अगर आपने देखना है इंग्लिश में कुछ तो. That is how you take up. And then there is regular practice. Regular practice we do these days, WhatsApp messaging, Facebook status update and everything. But then again, as I said, we corrupt both the languages. We are using English script to write Hindi words. We should use English script to write English words, English language. Like for my students, I have WhatsApp group on my phone wherein students are attached to me. We share a quotation every day, and I share the quotation. I ask my students to interpret it in their own words and write it down in English. What do they understand from this quotation? What happens is they are exposed to a good thought. They understand that they are good thinkers. They come to know the names of the good thinkers and writers who have been in English language. They try to learn difficult words because thinkers and writers use difficult words, one or two difficult words. They try to learn those words, and then they try to derive meaning also in the context. Like I said, station का meaning change हो सकता है, तो context में sentence में meaning भी देखना सोचते हैं और वो लिखते हैं. And then we have a competition. जो सबसे पहले जल्दी interpretation देगा उसको कुछ ना कुछ by the end of the week उसको prize या कुछ मिलेगा. So that is how we can encourage our students also. Ourselves also we can check by not using English to write Hindi. Everybody updates their Facebook status, and mind you, companies while recruiting even go and do online research about the personality of the person through their Facebook profile. You may not even know that they might send you an anonymous or a hidden friend request, and they just go into your profile and see what all are you doing. Are you projecting something else, and in real life you're something else? So the students can maintain that parity, or can develop their personality even by indulging in pastime activities, by using good correct language, not corrupting it, and then reviewing our work. I also advise the teachers also that they should regularly practice writing. If they are given an opportunity to write an email, write a letter, draft a circular, notice लिखो भाई, minutes लिखो, agenda of the meeting आप draft करके, so ये वो कर देगा, ऐसे कर देगा, या पिछला format क्या था मुझे बताना, मैं वैसे कर देता हूँ. Don't do that. This is an opportunity given to you to improve your language. So start from scratch. Once you do this from scratch, you are going to learn it. It is going to be etched in your memory, and so much so you are going to be able to tell it to the others also. Again, mark of a well-developed personality, capability of influencing others, ladder to success. Just a small exercise which we take so much for granted is going to affect so much our personality. And once I've written down something, I'm not sure of it, I should get it reviewed. I should get it reviewed from somebody who's more proficient than me to correct it for composition, language and all that. Besides that, any communication, tool of communication is for connectivity. So I should also get it reviewed by somebody who's not so proficient in that language. क्या उसको समझ में आ रहा है मैं जो बात कर रही हूँ? उनसे भी रिव्यू लीजिए. क्या मेरे peers और colleagues को क्या लगता है? Am I able to communicate with them also? So there are different sets of people whom you get your work reviewed, and just getting it reviewed is not the end of the battle. We have to inculcate the opinions voiced. We have to bring about the required or the suggested modifications so that the essence of communication is also not lost. Our improvement in communication also happens, and there's better connectivity. So these are the tips for writing skills. All right, let's move on to now the tools that usually I think would be used by teachers and professors besides, writing out notes and all, in the other profile that they, or the other competency or the other responsibility that they have to execute while being the member of an organization, and that is agenda and schedule of a meeting. How do I note down the agenda of a meeting? Now, meeting template, agenda, template of a meeting agenda I'm going to discuss with you, and side by side I'm going to give out tips to you as to how, even before I formulate an agenda, what all thinking should be going on and how I can format it. Now, agenda is usually a single page document. It is given out as a circular. It is also stuck on the notice board. It is also even circulated to the members who are expected to be present for the meeting. It cannot be that long. It is just a brief overview of why we are meeting, what will be discussed, and what is expected. Who all are going to be present. That is it. Besides that, it also has a very important component as to certain people attending the meeting are going to be given extra roles and responsibilities, like mediation, like noting down the minutes of the meeting, note taking. So these names are also mentioned in the agenda. But this all has to be accommodated within a single sheet, A4 size sheet. So for that, it has to be very crisp, very concise, but also very easy to remember or recall. इसको हम ऐसे descriptive type formatting में नहीं लिख सकते. It has to be bulleted so that it is pictographically registered in the mind. Now, roles and responsibilities also have to be mentioned, which we'll come to later. First is, of course, the date and time. If it is a weekly meeting or an annual or fortnightly meeting, I know when it will be held, and from there on, I follow the pattern. Now, date here is written in the American format, August 8th, 2013. I never present the date as a mixture of two, August 8th, 2013. No. That will be the 8th day of August 2013. उसके अंदर 8th day of हम avoid कर देते हैं, तो 8th August, 2013 लिख देते हैं. That's the British format. This is the American format. Always the year is separated from the rest of the date by a comma. So irrespective if the month is coming next to the year or the day is coming next to the year को हमेशा मैं comma से separate करूँगी. I will not write apostrophe 1-3. इतनी casualness, you know, I'm in such a hurry to make this agenda कि मैंने 20 avoid कर दिया, एक apostrophe डाल दिया, 13 डाल दिया. No, I will not show any kind of casualness in any kind of written communication, because that shows that I take myself casually. You are also allowed to take me casually. No, everything has to be meticulously written because it shows how I take myself, and that is what is expected of the other person who's receiving my communication to take me. So that is how I'm communicating even before I reach a place. Okay, and then I give the time. It has to give the beginning time and the ending time. It can also have 11 a.m. can be written as like this, or it can also be written as 11:00 a.m. So I've written in both the formats. You can write it any which way. If you want to put it down as hours, which is 0011 hours to 13:30 hours, this is followed in the European continent. And there are certain organizations which are very strict, like, you know, the parliament, maybe the British parliament, or the French people with their very orthodox Swiss banks. They follow this hours wala arrangement. World Bank, yes sir, army, in army, because these are all, yes, these are, you know, orthodox organizations. United Nations, it will take this, and it will also put where, you know, GST, IST, which time zone. Yes, yes. So everywhere wherein, you know, I have to specify where time schedule is of paramount importance, then I use hours. So this has to be kept in mind how I write time also. Okay. So this I'll find out. Like I was able to rattle off कि Swiss banks में तो hours use होते हैं. Bank का timing है ना, work schedule है. अब हम जब हम global banks हो गए, MNBs हो गए, तो उनको बताना है कि कौन से hours कौन सी country के हिसाब से, sorry, कौन सी country के हिसाब से. So that is why it is important. I just cannot put AM PM here. But this is for a local company, I can put AM PM here. Okay. All right. Then I leave a line in the same format along the invisible margin, along the left column. Below it, leaving a line, I put location. Now, while maintaining the location or putting up the location, the person who's formulating the agenda has to take care. Are there any guests who are being invited to the meeting? Are there people from outside the organization who are going to turn up for the meeting? Then it has to be a venue which can be easily located by them. Other considerations for finalizing a venue is the space. It should not be so big that the communication or the non-verbal communication is hindered because people are sitting so far off. It should not be so small that everything is crammed up and people are feeling stuffed and uncomfortable in even talking to each other. So that all is decided by the person who's formulating the agenda. Suppose somebody is coming from outside the organization and keeping other considerations, you cannot find a place which can be easily located by that person. So either have pointers marking out the way or have somebody to escort them from the entrance to the place of the meeting. Now that also reminds us of when somebody from the outside the organization is coming, the placement of subjects or items has to be in consideration with the time. If somebody is going to be present for throughout the meeting, ये जैसे हमारी it is somewhere around 2.5 hours meeting. Yes, 11 to 1:30, 2.5 hours meeting. If a guest is going to be around for 2.5 hours, that means we can place the items on for discussion on the agenda in any which way. But if that person is coming for a specific item to be discussed during the meeting, then we have to place that item so that it is discussed in his presence. We have to find out about his availability. When will you be available for the meeting that day? What time? Okay, so the item has to be discussed. And we have to also keep in mind the time lags or snags that usually come. There's a spillover of discussion. and the discussion winds up earlier, so the next item is taken up quickly or faster than expected. So these all things we have to take care of while listing out the items also, which I'll come to later. Now it gives out a list of attendees. Now this list is not given as bulleted, it is given as single line or maybe 2-3 line list separated with commas. Why? Because I said it is a single page document. Everything has to fit within. The attendees will read their own name. That is not of importance. What has to be highlighted is location, date, time. So that is given due importance and segregation on the sheet. So attendees list is just given by separating them with commas. We can even give first the chair, so and so, comma, the so and so's name, comma, and then the rest of the list. I then leave a line again, and on the same sheet, this here is continuing to the next slide, but it will not in a circular. Objective, why are we meeting? So वो तो बताना है. Usually if it is a regular meeting that is taking place monthly or weekly, तो पिछली meeting में ही decide हो जाता है कि भाई अगले हफ्ते या अगले fortnight हम इसके लिए बात करेंगे. So that objective of the meeting is already there. But if certain urgent meeting is called, then you need to word it here. Now it is written as a statement, not a sentence, but still it is separated with a full stop. Develop ideas by quarter of this with 2013 product launch dates in accordance with current technology and marketing platform. So we are expected to develop ideas. We are expected, हमने हटा दिया. ये statement है, पूरा sentence नहीं है. ये हमारा objective है. Are there any expectations also from the members? So that can be listed out here, like it is done here. Everyone should be prepared to discuss and offer suggestions. It was written clearly in the agenda. The person who's formulating the agenda, it is his duty and responsibility कि जिसके लिए meeting हो रही है वो बातचीत हो, तो वो कैसे ensure करता है कि ये ऐसे करते हैं. So अगर marketing department को कोई चीज बतानी है, marketing department should tell about the online marketing platforms available, वो भी यहाँ पे लिखा. The finance department should be clear with the available budget for this marketing scheme or this marketing proposal. It should be mentioned. So that should be written down here. कि आप हमें budget बता दो, उसके हिसाब से हम develop कर लेंगे. So that should be written down here specifically. नहीं sir, invitees वो होते हैं जिनको special invitation दिया जाता है. उनको मे भी कुछ ऐसी बात होगी जो उनके इंटरेस्ट की होगी, या वो मीटिंग को देख के कुछ डिसीजन लेने में जो कि उस मीटिंग से कंसर्न नहीं है, पर अदरवाइज कंडक्ट ऑफ बिजनेस ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से दे आर स्पेशल इनवाइटीज. उनको इनविटेशन जाता है सर, उनको एजेंडा मीटिंग नहीं जाता है. Attendees is correct. Were those who have to attend because they are of the department, they are expected to attend. Yes, it is a part of their responsibility. Whereas invitees are specially invited to attend the meeting. It may or may not be part of their responsibility to be a part of the meeting.
If we say invitees, they are called special invitees.
Yes.
But is proper
Attendees.
और invitees नहीं लिख सकते.
नहीं सर, वो नहीं लिख सकते हैं. लिस्ट ऑफ अटेंडीज और इनवाइटीज नहीं लिख सकते. अगर मेरे पास कोई इनवाइटीज हैं, तो मैं उसके नीचे लिखूंगी लिस्ट ऑफ इनवाइटीज. देन आई विल नेम देम एंड फ्रॉम विच डिपार्टमेंट एंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन दे आर. कि उनको स्पेशल इनविटेशन दिया गया है तो किस लिए आए हैं. जैसे मैं गेस्ट की बात कर रही थी सर, कि जो बाहर से गेस्ट आएंगे तो वो यहाँ पे लिखे जाएंगे अटेंडीज के बाद. I just cannot say attendees or invitees. क्यों नहीं कह सकती मैं? Because the people who are going to attend, for them who are expected to attend as a normal, dissemination of their duties or carrying out of their duties, they should know that there are special guests who are coming to the meeting. So वो किस लिए आ रहे हैं? They should find out why they are coming, and they should be able to add that kind of relevant value to the discussion, so that an invitation which has gone out to somebody outside the organization, that has not been left unused. इसलिए. And sir, उनके साथ हमारे treatment और उनके साथ हमारा behavior भी थोड़ा different होता है, क्योंकि वो हमारे organization के नहीं है, हमारे colleagues नहीं है, वो special है. तो उनके साथ हमारा जो guard है वो थोड़ा different रहता है. Communication का जो channel है वो थोड़ा नैरो रहता है, उतना ओपन नहीं रहता है. उनके सामने सारे डिटेल्स डाइवर्ज नहीं किए जाते हैं. अगर मीटिंग में हम डिस्कस करें, बाहर के गेस्ट आ रहे हैं, तो सब कुछ नहीं बताना है अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बारे में. So this is in a way, sending out information to through the unspoken word. Okay, so we were talking about objective which I have developed. Then I leave a line and then I say schedule. Now schedule में items है. Items की बात हो रही थी. Whenever somebody who is formulating the agenda, it is always good for him to call for items from somebody from the people who are going to put these items. 2-3 days before the agenda is to be formulated and circulated, that person can send out emails to the people that आपके department की meeting हो रही है, या the meeting is happening for this purpose, your department is also going to attend, your department, is there certain item that you want to be discussed, please let me know the motion. So let them word the motion. उससे क्या होगा, confusion नहीं होगी. मैं marketing की हूँ, मुझे finance के बारे में कुछ नहीं पता, मैं कुछ लिखने की कोशिश करती हूँ, वो गलत लिखा जाता है, but causes a confusion. So to avoid this kind of confusion, it is always better to ask them to word their motion which they would like to be discussed in the meeting. But this should be done with minimum time available with the person formulating the agenda, because it has to go on the agenda and then that the agenda has to be circulated. So once I send out this email, I should say that by 12 p.m. on such and such date, give your motions to be discussed for such and such meeting on this and this place. Otherwise, these will not be taken up in the agenda or the meeting. You specify this and stick to the time limit and put it there. Then the scheduling of the items, I said, it first has to be in parity with the availability of the guest if they are coming. As to why they are coming, wo hona chahiye. Next is, if I find, if it is an early morning meeting, I know people are usually late, 9:30 bola, 9:45, 10 tak aayenge. So don't keep an important matter for the initial part. Keep it for the middle or the later part. Something which is heavy, which is going to lead to bruised egos and lot of discussion and even disagreement. Why to discuss it in the beginning? Let it be discussed later on. Something which is of importance should be given most of the time or chunk in the meeting. Place it first. Post lunch meeting, again people trickle in. 2:30 की जगह 2:45 तक trickle in करते हैं. Don't put an important item at that time. Put it for later on. So that is how the placement of the items can be decided by the person who is formulating the agenda. The wording of the motions can be done by the people who are moving those motions. So you can invite suggestions from them, but keeping proper time limit on your part. That can be done. Now this again is given as a bulleted list, and usually in government organizations we reserve the last 15 minutes for any other item with the permission of the chair. Chair का मतलब मन कर जाए कुछ भी डिस्कस करने का, कुछ भी आ जाए of utmost importance, उस टाइम डिस्कस, सब बैठे ही ये भी डिस्कस कर लेते हैं. एक भी 3 दिन पहले एजेंडा हुआ था, पर formulate within that time this came up. So this needs to be discussed with the same team. Let's discuss it here and now because this is of urgency. So reserve that time. Let that time be there for the chair. Then I leave a line and then I put roles and responsibilities. This is very important. Who is going to record minutes of the meeting? Who is going to take the minutes of the meeting? Is just क्या हुआ, कब हुआ, कैसे हुआ, बस. Just that. Note taking is something came up for discussion. हमारी सब्सक्रिप्शन क्यों चली गई उस मैगजीन की, कि हमने सब्सक्रिप्शन फी नहीं पे करी टाइम से, क्यों नहीं पे करी, अकाउंट डिपार्टमेंट से वो क्लियर नहीं हुआ था. तो ये सब जो डिस्कशन हो रहा है, ये सब हमारा रिकॉर्डिंग ऑफ द मिनट्स में नहीं जाएगा, ये नोट टेकिंग में जाएगा. So somebody else should be taking notes of this, that there were certain flaws that came up, or certain gaps that came up when people were trying to execute their responsibility. So why did those gaps come up? How can they be avoided? That is detailed discussion on something besides the item, that is in note taking. And then mediation. जब झगड़ा फसाद हो जाएगा, भैया कौन mediate करेगा? If there are going to be bruised egos, if there's something that is going to be a bone of contention, there has to be a word of authority. Someone to whom the management also listens, the higher up management also listens, and someone who's viewed with a lot of respect and authority by his peers, colleagues, and subordinates also. It doesn't have to be someone who has a lot of muscle power, but someone whose words carry a lot of weight. Then this happens is these people who are circulated the agenda at least 4 days before the meeting, they ensure that they are present, because not only besides discussing, there are other things that they are going to take care of, or other roles that they are going to execute during the meeting. अगर ये absent हो गए तो meeting खराब हो सकती है, meeting fruitless हो सकती है, meeting useless हो सकती है. So they have to be present. Otherwise, if they cannot be present, they send in their apologies and provide for a replacement or a substitute, or the person who has formulated the agenda assigns this role or responsibility to somebody else, so that the meeting carries out smoothly. Because this is the responsibility of the person who is formulating the agenda, to ensure that everybody is there, informed of why we are meeting, how we are going to participate in it, and everybody is prepared to go about the meeting in a good manner. That is the role and responsibility of person who is formulating the agenda. Not only this, how to write it. Okay, and this is circulated along with a signing sheet to every member who's to be present. Email this email this agenda also, give a hard copy also with the circular, carry extra hard copies also on the day of the meeting, because there are going to be people who are going to say, oh, I forgot it on my table. So that does not give them an excuse to participate shoddily in a meeting and then reflect it shoddily on your candidature or on your execution of roles and responsibilities. You did everything. So why should their laxity be reflected as your laxity? So you cover up for it. Carry extra hard copies of agenda. अच्छा नहीं है तो आप ये ले लीजिए, आपको याद तो होगा ही, आपने अगर पढ़ा है तो बस इसमें ग्लास मार लीजिएगा. That is how you cover up, and this is going to be noticed by everybody. Okay, all right. So having done this, let's come to minutes of a meeting. Quickly, I'll do that. Again, this is a very descriptive document. Minutes of a meeting, when it's a draft and then it is approved, it becomes a legal reference record. So it has to have, it carries a legal value. So it can be referred to any case or anything. Maybe even for official records, ACR वगैरह भी इनको देख के कई बार इनसे रेफरेंस लेके भी लोगों की ACR बनती है कि उनकी पार्टिसिपेशन क्या थी. क्या इसमें नोट टेकिंग में किसी ने नोट टू रेप्रीमांड या मेमोरेंडम टू रेप्रीमांड या मेमोरेंडम फॉर एप्रिसिएशन, ऐसा इसमें नोट में आया है कि नहीं, कि किसी ने लैक्सिटी ऑफ एग्जीक्यूशन ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज किया तो उनका मेमोरेंडम इशू हो जाए रेप्रीमांड के लिए, या उन्होंने अच्छे से किया, कवर अप कर लिया, दूसरा नहीं कर पाया, उन्होंने कवर अप कर लिया, मीटिंग के दौरान ये खुलासा हुआ, सो उनका मेमोरेंडम फॉर एप्रिसिएशन, ये सब इसमें मेंशन रहता है, एंड इट इज सो इम्पोर्टेंट. So it begins with the title, of course, and again it is like a document in visible margin along the left side. Title of the meeting, the date of the meeting, then who is chairing the meeting, meeting called to order at what time by who is in the chair. Then again I leave a line and then I begin members present. Now this is given down as list because it doesn't have to be a single page document, it has to be clear. So मैंने ऐसे list दे दी bulleted, rather than separating with a comma and a horizontal list. This is a vertical list. Then it is written here not present and pre-arranged. तो उन्होंने पहले से ही बता दिया था. ये तो मैं शुरू में लिख लूंगी, अब जो बाद में नहीं आए, towards the end of the meeting मुझे पता चल जाएगा भैया 2.5 घंटे में ये लोग पहुंचे नहीं है, उनका नाम लिखूंगी ब्रैकेट्स में not pre-arranged. So without any rhyme or reason, they absented themselves. So this is how ACR is also made in reference to this. Okay, this reflects there. Whenever anybody turns up for noting down the minutes, it is always good to take a spiral notebook with 2 pencils attached erasers, because we will be making a lot of corrections and editing in it while the course of the meeting. We should not carry a laptop or something that blocks us from the entire group, because this is an added role and responsibility. That's not the only role and responsibility. We are there to discuss also, so we should be communicating with them as well. Okay, so this allows for greater communication. There is neatness maintained because there's not cutting off, but rather erasing it. इरेजर इधर उधर ना घूम जाए, कुछ ना हो जाए, मेरा ध्यान ना हट जाए बात क्या हो रही है, मैं दूसरों को डिस्ट्रैक्ट ना करूं, इसलिए अटैच्ड इरेजर होना चाहिए पेंसिल. ओके, देन कम्स आफ्टर मेंबर प्रेजेंट रीडिंग ऑफ द एजेंडा, कि क्या हम आज इसलिए मिल रहे हैं, जो एजेंडा में लिखा क्या यही बात है? Yes, so everybody says yes, we are meeting. Then the voting pattern is given, motion approved. It was resolved that the agenda for the meeting is approved without modification. We all are meeting with the same objective. Then approval of minutes of the previous meeting. That's the first thing that always happens. Second thing that always happens. These are standard things that happen. कि आज क्या हम इसीलिए मिल रहे हैं, पिछली मीटिंग में ये, अब जब हम ये minutes of the meeting who's noting down, he or she has to compile them, email them, even supply them in hard copy to the members who were present for that meeting, so that they have read through everything, so that they are approved without modification. If there are modifications, they are brought up now and it will be registered. So that is how the role and responsibility does not end on that day itself. For agenda also, for minutes also, it continues till the time that is finished, and that will be finished in the next meeting. Okay, so motion resolved minutes from meeting of पिछला week, August 1st, approved without modification. Now of course everybody has read, that is why no modification. If they are reading the minutes, 2.5 घंटे की minutes of the meeting पढ़ने के लिए आधा घंटा तो लगेगा. Why are we wasting time? Why? Because जिन्होंने meeting के minutes note किए उन्होंने भिजवाया नहीं जी, तो ये किसकी inefficiency है? उनकी inefficiency है, not this. So that is why we have to carry out this responsibility with a lot of dexterity and clarity. Next is business. अब काम पे आ जाओ भाई, ये जो स्टैंडर्ड थे वो तो हो गया, अब काम पे आ जाओ. बिजनेस और वट एवर ऑब्जेक्टिव डाल दीजिए, फर्स्ट आइटम डाल दीजिए, जो भी था, किसने मूव किया, क्या था, मूव, मोशन फ्रॉम this so and so person colon what was the motion. उन्होंने word करके भेजा, हमने बोला था to select Priya Patel's manuscript. Okay, how was the voting pattern? 6 in favor, 4 against, 1 abstain. I have to show that one person did not choose to vote. Well, मुझे नहीं पता, I am nothing doing. Okay, we have to who, that I'm not saying, but 1 abstain, that I am saying. Then resolved, because it was a majority decision, it was carried. Priya Patel's manuscript was accepted for critique. कि हाँ, we will discuss that. Next motion is motion from Priya Patel to replace the meeting table using committee funds. How was it voted? 3 in favor, 4 against. It was rejected. But then resolved क्या हुआ? Reject हो गया, motion fail हो गया. But there was an amendment to it. कि हमें replace करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. Mr. Neeraj Gupta volunteered to get the table repaired at no cost. So that was taken care of. Let's take a look at another. Motion from Swaroop Walia to subscribe to Reader's Digest using committee funds. Motion was carried. अब इसमें मान लिया गया है, वोटिंग पैटर्न भी सबने बोला कि यस अग्रीड, मोशन कैरीड हो गया है. रिजॉल्व क्या क्या है? सब्सक्रिप्शन होगी, बट उसमें एक छोटा सा अमेंडमेंट है. Even when people agree, they might agree on certain amendment. People disagree, so they might be resolved on a certain amendment. So that also I've brought about how people agree with a slight amendment. That is how subscription will be there, but it will be in the name of the chair on 2 years rebate price, special rate. हम 1 साल की लेने की जगह 2 year के special rate पे हम subscription ले लेते हैं. So this is how we note down that first a motion is accepted. What is the voting pattern? Rejected. Then if it is rejected, and then there's an amendment, what? If a motion is accepted with amendment, what? That is how we note down the minutes. And then the meeting ended with thanks to the chair. If the chair did not bring up any special item were taken up by the chair, then we always thank in government organizations the person who's heading the chair. And then the meeting was adjourned at 5:50. In this, we have to remember that we are not going to give any personal commentary, personal views, comments, kuch bhi nahi. A, B, C, D things happen from a very objective point of view. So much so that company itself is recording what is happening. It has, if there were certain documents, reports that were referred to during the meeting, immediately after the meeting get a copy of them. Because either you will forget or that person will forget or that person may not be available. But that has to be attached because people will refer to it to see whether the minutes of the meeting have been recorded properly or not. Another thing, we will have to email these minutes beforehand. So the person who's noting down the minutes is different from the person who has made the agenda. Take the email addresses from that person, contact address from that person who's made the agenda, because he's called all these people here, उसके पास contact information होगी, तो उसे लेना हमारी जिम्मेवारी है. I have to take care that I will not include any personal comment in it. I will not refer to anybody's name in this until unless something was brought about. And the minutes have to be completed well in time before the next meeting because they will be approved. So they have to be completed and they have to be circulated. Quickly, I'll go through with template of an official letter. The last tool that I'm going to discuss with you, this tool will also be very important for passing on to the students because this format or this modern block format of writing a letter can be converted to an email. So whenever students are soliciting job or giving out unsolicited resume, their whole portfolio is built with a covering letter, then their resume, then their letters of recommendation, experience certificate. So this has to come. We begin in the modern block format wherein there is an invisible line along the left side of the page. The topmost, I give out the sender's address. मेरा अपना address मैं दूंगी यहाँ पे. I will put my designation here, like CEO, the Learning Curve Academy, Rashmesh Nagar, Naya Gaon. That is how I'll put. There are no punctuation marks towards the end of the line, but within the line, if there are punctuation marks for separation of units of address, I use that. I give pin code. Why do I give my own pin code? Because my address is going to be picked up from their assistant, from the receiver's assistant from here. I'm not going to give my address anywhere else in the letter. Pin code is important for any official communication because it is either speed posted or registered post. For in both the cases, I need my pin code. And even if the rest of the address is lost, name is there, city is there, pin code is there, it will reach that person. The organization's name is there, the city is there, the pin code is there, even the organization's name and pin code is there, वो office में पहुंच जाएगा. इसलिए pin code का ये importance है. I leave a line and then I give the date I've developed upon by the two formats of data are accepted and which are those two formats. It is not going to be put in a digitalized form manner. Then again, I leave a line and give receiver's address. Again, the designation of the receiver, फिर उनका address जैसे मैंने अपना लिखा है, अब मैं उनका address क्यों लिख रही हूँ? क्या वो अपना address यहाँ से लेंगे? नहीं, मेरी assistant जो envelope में ये letter डालने वाली है, वो address यहाँ से लेगी. कोई भी discrepancy ना रहे, कोई confusion ना रहे, इसलिए मैं इसको लिख के दे देती हूँ यहाँ. This is the format. Okay. Now this all is avoided. This all is avoided in an email. It is not there because this automatically comes in an email. The date and the receiver's address automatically comes in an email. इसके बाद मैं ये letter email में convert कर सकती हूँ. The conversion begins. Subject. We have that area for subject. Again, the same thing in a hard copy. Please do not write subject as sub. Do not write subject जो title है SUBGECT with capital letters. No. Never ever word the subject also, which is the title of the letter. For example, leave of absence with capital LEAV. Nahi. That is shouting out for attention. We don't need to do that. Don't underline the subject. The person is going to read. Why are we trying to convey that you are not going to read? इसलिए आपकी attention लाने के लिए मैंने underline किया है. कितना गलत notion है. ये सोचना कि दूसरा नहीं पढ़ेगा आपका letter. No, for somebody like me who receives such a letter, why do you think I will not read your letter? I will read it from top to bottom. I am so meticulous with my communication. And that also ensures that since you are meticulous in your communication, you read a letter like that, you also expect the same thing from the receiver. So automatically वो meticulous हो जाता है. नहीं तो कई letters हमें मिलते हैं ना जिनमें bold में लिखा रहता है. जो भी important होगा bold में लिखा होगा. बाकी तो पढ़ने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. We set a pattern of communication. How the other person is going to perceive us, we do that through our own means, through our own ways. Why are we doing that? Isn't it? So don't do it. So let it be very non-discriminatory in nature. Every letter, every word of the subject will begin with a capital letter except for prepositions, conjunctions and articles coming within. So if it is leave of absence, L capital आएगा, A capital आएगा, off का O capital नहीं आएगा क्योंकि वो preposition है. तो ऐसी अगर the आ गया, the proposal letter, अब the शुरू में आ रहा है, तो उसका T capital होगा. Okay? Proposed changes in the scheme. A भी छोटे से शुरू होगा, the भी छोटे T से शुरू होगा. Proposed T, changes C, scheme S बड़े से शुरू होगा. Okay? Alright, then I leave a line and then I write dear. Whenever I use Mr. or must, I have to use the surname. Agar like Dr. Malhotra was just talking to me, I can say Mr. Malhotra, even if I don't remember his first name. Okay? But if I don't remember his surname, I will not use Mr. or must. I'll have to find out. किनके साथ में communicate कर रही हूँ, उनका पूरा नाम क्या है. I cannot be so casual in my communication क्योंकि मैं casual हुई तो वो भी casual हो जाएंगे, वो भी कुछ बुला लेंगे. In corporate organizations these days, it is dear, not respected. No kind of force, no kind of respect or love is forced in any kind of communication. Like esteemed organization. Bhaiya, you are important. Your organization is important for me. That is why I've decided to indulge in a commercial activity with you. Why should I have to say esteemed? मैं नहीं कहूँगी तो क्या वो esteemed नहीं है? No. That is a wrong presumption on my side. These are the small terms that we should, just because this has been happening for time immemorial, we continue. But no, but this is a very wrong conception that we are giving. Okay, so dear is used, but in government organizations can be respected. Okay, titles are not used. Like doctor, engineer are not a part of the name. They are just professional degrees. We will not use them here to refer to somebody or address somebody. मैंने यहाँ पे dots avoid कर दिए हैं. पहले टाइम्स में और अभी भी कई लोग एक्सेप्ट करते हैं मिस्टर के बाद डॉट, मस के बाद डॉट. मैं नहीं बोल रही हूँ, मैं मिसेस नहीं बोल रही हूँ. मिस या मिसेस से एज या उनके मैरिटल स्टेटस पे कमेंट है लेडीज के, जो कि जेंटलमैन के मैरिटल स्टेटस या एज पे तो कोई कमेंट ही नहीं हो रहा है मिस्टर के थ्रू. So let's make it non-discriminatory as much as possible. So that is why we use must. And if we have been so inefficient or if we have been so unfortunate कि हमें नाम ही नहीं पता चल रहा भैया किससे बात करना है, तब हम सर लिख देंगे या तब हम मैडम लिख देंगे या सर/मैडम लिख देंगे. तब भी मैम नहीं लिखेंगे. इतना मत बचाओ ना कि डी बचा लिया भैया एक अपॉस्ट्रोफी लगा के. No. Be very careful. Again, you will see there is no punctuation mark towards the end of madam or sir or name because we are avoiding all unnecessary punctuation marks because this makes the document heavy, the email heavy for it to transfer. So that is why we're trying to make every effort possible to make it lighter and easier and faster to send. The same way I copy it to the letter. उसका प्रिंट आउट ले लो तो वैसे तभी ये मॉडर्न ब्लॉक फॉर्मेट आ गया है लेफ्ट साइड. Then first paragraph in an official letter is purpose. किस लिए लिख रहे हैं आप? So that is what I developed right now. कि वो कॉमन नहीं होगा. Punctuation mark हम अवॉइड करेंगे. First paragraph में हम purpose लिखते हैं. Purpose is why am I writing to you, and this should be in a sentence. Okay, I never use bulleted points in the first paragraph. I have to show my respect to that person, and maybe if I have to introduce myself, if this is a first time communication, I introduce myself, my designation and organization, and then I say I'm writing to you in concern with certain things like this. Okay, so these are 2-3 sentences that I write in the first paragraph. Then I write the second paragraph. My first paragraph is longer in an official letter and second paragraph is shorter, but होता नहीं है क्योंकि जो काम चाहिए वो तो ज्यादा है, पर लगना तो ऐसे चाहिए कि भाई छोटा है हमारा सेकंड पैराग्राफ, क्योंकि हमने अच्छे से अपने आप को इंट्रोड्यूस कर दिया, दूसरे को रिस्पेक्ट दे दी फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ. सेकंड पैराग्राफ में छोटी सी चीज मांगी है. अगर मैं ज्यादा उसको लंबा कर दूं, बड़ा कर दूं, it seems like I'm asking for the moon, I'm asking for everything. I cannot do that. So how do I achieve brevity, the look of brevity in the second paragraph? By bulleting it here. इसके दो फायदे हैं. अगर मैं बुलेट पॉइंट्स में मुझे 2-3 चीजें चाहिए, मैं दे देती हूँ, नंबर नहीं करूंगी, 1 2 3 नहीं, बुलेट्स कर दूंगी, तो उनकी मेमोरी में एच हो जाएगा, उनको रिकॉल हो जाएगा. जबकि मैं अगर सेंटेंस लिखूंगी, एक तो लंबा लगेगा, इट विल लुक लॉन्गर, and it will also tend to fade away from the memory of the receiver. She had asked for 4-5 things, but if it is bulleted, 4 things. There were 4 dots, as I remember. So we've done 3. The 4th one is there. So that is how I achieve brevity, and I also achieve clarity in my communication. In a covering letter, the 3rd paragraph is there before the subscription, in which there is a follow-up schedule. That since this is an unsolicited call to you, wherein I send my resume, I will follow up my communication either through an email within a week's time, or a call to your personal number or your reception desk within a week, and you follow up with that. So that is a 3rd paragraph. But in a normal official letter, that is not there required. Then is the subscription. It is either thank you or with warm regards or with best regards. We do not say thanking you, because that is again in anticipation. ING is not happening. It is ING is not considered a formal communication. You thank and that is it. Otherwise, you're thanking continuously, coming across as unnecessarily humble. Why? It is a normal give and take between 2 people, even if the people differ in rank. The organizations of the similar category, they are in the same business scope. So either thank you or with warm regards. Thank you when we've asked for something, and with warm regards if we've supplied something, or with best regards if we supplied something, or with regards or best regards if we supplied something. Again, this is a statement. It is not a sentence, so it will not be followed by a punctuation mark. It is a phrase. That is why not every word will begin with a capital letter. Thank you में सिर्फ thank का T capital आएगा, Y नहीं. With warm regards में only with का W, not W and R coming later will be with capital. They will be with small letters. This is a phrase, not a sentence, so no punctuation mark like exclamation mark or comma towards the end. Nothing will come here. Then again I leave a line, and yours sincerely or faithfully. Yours comes without punctuation mark. There's no such word as your apostrophe s in English. No. Yours is written like this. Sincerely to everybody I'm communicating, faithfully only to my immediate boss. Even if I'm writing to my super boss and the email is CC'd to my immediate boss, I will not write yours faithfully, because there is a level of, there's a hierarchy that I maintain in an organization. I'm only faithful to my immediate boss. I'm not trying to bypass my immediate boss to reach to the super boss. That shows lack of ethics, lack of business ethics, office ethics in a person when he or she is trying to supersede their immediate boss to reach out to the higher person. No comma here. If I'm writing a letter to an editor, then I write truly, yours truly. Why? Because जो भी मैंने issues या concerns raise किया अपने letter में, वो सच है. मेरे मन घड़न नहीं है कि मेरे मन में आया कि भैया मेरे तरफ की रोड तो अच्छी नहीं है इसलिए मैंने लिख दिया. No. So just to say that it's true, I have given some facts and also supporting my concerns. Yours truly. Only to an editor will I write yours truly. Others yours sincerely, and yours faithfully only to my boss. Then I sign. below my sign, within the brackets type name, because sometimes and most of the times my signatures are illegible. My name has not come anywhere if I have not introduced myself in the first paragraph. If there was no need to introduce myself, तो मेरा name तो कहीं नहीं आया, तो वो कहाँ से उठाएंगे? यहाँ से उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ऊपर तो मेरी designation आई है, मेरा नाम नहीं आया है. That is how I write an official letter. Enclosures and attachments come below it. Now, I will mention enclosure and attachment in case of the third paragraph or the last paragraph. When I am attaching these documents with my email, please do not save them as doc1, doc2, doc3. Resume, letters of recommendation, experience certificate. If they have been mentioned like this, save them like this and attach them also in the same sequence. Resume, letters of recommendation and experience certificate मैंने third paragraph में बोला है, और मैं पहले attach कर देती हूँ experience certificate, फिर letters of recommendation, फिर resume. मेरी तरफ से casualness show होती है. और doc1, doc2, doc3 is very vague. If a person wants to skip my resume and come to the letter of recommendation, how will she or she know it? He or she will have to look through all the three documents. So it is always good to save the file on our desktop or laptop with the name with which we are attaching it or sending it out. Having said that, this is all that I wanted to talk about. The format, punctuation, date, receiver's address I've told you, subject kaise likhna hai, content kaise place karna hai. Everything that I wanted to say is there. And then pen is mightier than the sword. Are there any queries or questions? Let's go to them quickly. Any questions or queries about today's session? Yes? Excuse me, ma'am, I cannot hear you clearly. Please speak again. Is there any doubt from Bharat group of colleges? Any doubts here?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, we have a question.
Okay.
Ma'am, I am from JCD Polytechnic. We have a one question, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can we write down sincerely yours in spite of yours sincerely?
It might be, it might be the latest fad, but still in official document, official correspondence, it is always good to follow the set pattern. Always write yours sincerely. Sincerely yours has been used somewhere in informal or semi-formal communication these days, but I would still request you not to use it.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Have I answered your question about sincerely yours? Yes?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, somebody else was asking question. Yes,
engineering.
मैम आप थोड़ा माइक दूर पकड़िए प्लीज, आपकी आवाज बहुत एको कर रही है.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Now it's better. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I just want to know whether when we are putting Mr. Miss or Doctor, should we put a full stop there or not?
Ma'am, it is again the same thing. The word that begins and ends with the letter, like Dr. D से शुरू होता है, R से खत्म होता है, और उसका जो टाइटल हम एवरेज फॉर्म बनाते हैं DR, वो भी उसी से उन्हीं लेटर्स से शुरू और खत्म होता है, तब हम डॉट डाल सकते हैं. In today's day and age, we don't use the dot. Why? Because we are trying to make the email or the soft copy lighter. So we avoid unnecessary digits or unnecessary marks there. That is why the punctuation marks can be avoided, and that is why in the modern block format that I have that I've used modern, so I've adhered even to this.
Okay, thank you so much.
Anybody else? Any query, question? I'll quickly show you a document here. Sir, would you please help me with that Word doc? This is a Word document wherein some exercises have been given out. I'll show you a glance of those. And these will be emailed to you by Professor Singla. You can attempt them, and you can even get, there is an accompanying sheet of answers also. So you can see there is an exercise on punctuation. Then there are common errors in usage. Affect hai ya effect hai. At the red This is the answer key that accompanies. But please click answer key. Yes. So this is very.
I must send it.
Yes, they should say you should attempt it and send it to sir. What the whole point of showing you this document is these kind of worksheets are available on BBC Skillswise. They are available on certain portals. I know of BBC Skillswise because that is a very good portal. It is authenticated source with correct usage. You can attempt these as puzzles. And you can even advise these to your students to be referred to or indulged in their free time. Okay. Any query from the studio audience here? Yes. Hmm. Subscribe to, because we are discussing whether we should allocate funds for that or not. Because we are the ones who are going to give funds, not receive the magazine yet. Then we say subscribe to. Once the subscription is there, we have a subscription for this. That was the only concept. Else here, I think that finds it the
Well, friends, this brings us to the end of the session on writing skills. Writing is any of the skills, whether it's listening or speaking or reading or writing, cannot be covered in 1.5 hours. But you are being sensitized by the experts here, where we need more practice. And we all understand that communication is a skill which can be honed only through practice. And we have given you just sample of the exercises here. And every time, whenever you get an opportunity, you must brush up your grammar skills, your vocabulary skills, your building up the sentences and other things. And a very pertinent point which a ma'am has brought out here is that you must get your work reviewed, edited by somebody. Even the seasoned and very good writers, they are also liable to make certain mistakes. They are liable to commit some mistakes. It's a good idea to get it reviewed by somebody. Even when you are public, we're talking about that is presentation skills. Also, good idea that you make a portion or complete presentation to somebody, and then make amendments if need be there. That's very important. And very importantly, one point only I would like to just add to what she has just now said. She has given you a modern format for writing a letter. Nevertheless, when we are working in an organization, try to bring about the modernization there, but then it should not be just suddenly it has to be brought about. Let it be a conscientious decision on the part of the organization that we will follow this kind of formats. Otherwise, especially so in the government organizations, you have to follow certain formats which are already persisting there. But there also try to avoid the errors, try to avoid the ambiguities which we normally have. So this is the point I wanted to share with you. And I must, on behalf of all the participants in the studio here and at various nodal centers, must appreciate Madam Sufi Jindal, who has very elaborately covered the topic, which was a challenge. To my mind, it was a challenge to cover all the big things. The code, grammar, and then the agenda, and the meeting, and then the letter, also in a very short period. But she has done a wonderful job. I think we all need to give a clap. I request my friends in the centers also. I must also congratulate all the participants in the studio here and the Nodal Center for their active participation. This makes the program more interesting. And now we have a small tea break. It is already 11:25, so we have a 15 minutes break. We meet at 11:40. I like to request once again to all the coordinators to kindly make sure that everybody is present. At 11:40, after the break, we have another session on classroom communication. Thank you so much.
How about
पहले ही बोला था ना थोड़ी सी मैडम से बात करो बात करिए फिर उसको वही मैम मैम मैम
tea break of 15 minutes.
So,
Eyes.
Hello, hello, sir. Hello, 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 sir. Hello.
Hello.
Ani madam, how much time it take for required to start the program?
अभी 2 मिनट में start करने वाला हूँ.
Okay.
Just we are starting. We are waiting for other centers, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Quite curious. Good.
Hello, friends. Good morning, friends. Welcome to the second session of today's on classroom communication. As we all are teachers, so we know the importance of classroom communication. This session will be taken by Mrs. Meera Nand, who is authority on classroom communication. She will be telling us about the communication, how we can improve our classroom communication. So I request Mrs. Meera Nand to kindly start his session.
Sir. I welcome all of you at various locations. If I just look at it, okay. And here we have students from Mathura, from Sirsa, Faridabad, Bikaner, and Sardulgarh, and Muzaffarnagar, Sirsa. So I welcome all of you and students right now, though being teachers, welcome to both of you from Shimla as well as from Uttarakhand, and a very warm welcome to all, and happy Lodi also is going to be, and happy New Year also, because I think it's for the first time in this year, and I'm just being here for making this presentation on classroom communication. Most important thing is that today we are not going to learn anything new, because you must be taking so many classes, and for so many years, maybe with good experience of I don't know, like basically you must be there for so many years, in the sense kitne saal se ma'am aap kaam kar rahe hain? How many years? 2011. So it's almost 5 years. And what about you? Around 7 years. Fine. So there's nothing new which we are going to learn today. But before that, let me just give you a very brief introduction about myself. I'm Mrs. Meera Anand, an astute professional having more than 14 years of experience way back in 93 when I joined my first job with NIT. So there actually I learned about classroom communication through SEED, School of Employee Education, when they sent me to Madras for this training. And I came back, and telecom was very upcoming that time. And I joined Escotel, Escorts Group, and where actually I was in CSD group, that is a customer service delivery. My students were my subscribers that time, and looking after their complaints and to deal with various bottleneck problems which they used to face during day-to-day problems, like payment posting problems, and maybe their telephone is barred and that it has to be corrected. So all these problems, and at the same time some schemes and the processes which they have introduced, the company has introduced, and they need to comply on that. So all these things I have learned there in my experience during working with Escotel, and then took a long gap in between, and in 2011 sorry, I joined Bharti Airtel IT Park, Chandigarh. So here I was looking after whole upper north, Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, and J&K. Thereafter, I realized that at workstations, when even students sometimes used to come after doing their MBA from B schools, and it's difficult for them to communicate well to their vertical heads. And they used to come for internship, and sometime when I used to look at them, I used to ask few questions, and in case if they are comfortable in writing even email to their vertical head, or maybe they have to make presentation in front of their managers, and it was quite difficult at that point of time for them to do that. So then I realized that let me go back to industry, where actually from where we are getting all these students, and I joined Bullseye,
It's an organization which actually grooms student for CAT classes. Abhi recently, you had this result of CAT, of CAT, and where they have in fact told that the most important thing is that you need to believe in yourself and to study hard and smartly, because you don't have to, let's say in case if you have to crack verbal section, it is not that you have to be PhD or masters in English. The only thing is how to crack that question at that point of time, that is more important. And that is what we have to improve, we have to inculcate among students also when we are teaching. Fine. So I made good contacts around 45-50 colleges I visited in 2 years, and now I am associated with them, and also associated with various organizations like Mahatma Gandhi State Institute of Public Administration, ICI, Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, Hyundai, Mercedes, HDFC Bank. So there I go and meet so many can say people, and also experienced people. In fact, from them I gain a lot. Instead of giving them, I get a lot, and that's the reason that I am actually, this is my passion to be in this field, and I welcome. And the most important thing which I would like to tell you today is that classroom communication seems to be quite easy, because what we have to learn today, what more we have to learn today, we know that how to take classes, we know our subject well, we know our students well, then why we have to attend such type of workshops or such type of seminars or such type of sessions, right? So the most important thing is that today we have to remind ourselves, we have to remind what we have already learned, things which we are already aware of. Maybe we are not practicing it, and in case if you are not implementing it, what you already know, then it is totally futile. Knowledge is only power once you are using it. Remember your first day in college, where you must have prepared yourself so well. That preparation is only because that you want to excel in your first classroom session. Is that kind of a zeal which we are exhibiting today also, even after 11 years, even after 10 years, or even after 7 years? Maybe there are certain things which we have learned that time. Maybe we have left out those things and we come up with something new. Maybe possible that we are learning something new, and we are not reiterating with the basic things which we have learned that time, because we are actually repeating those things for so many years, and then we started taking assumptions that our students are already aware about all these things. Maybe they are not. Fine. So today's session is basically to remind ourselves, number two, and also to tell you about that what best we can do to make our classroom communication very effective. We need to be eloquent, we need to be quite good, affluent in talking also. Not necessary English, you can use your vernacular language where students can understand you better. But at the same time, it should be clear enough so that your I message should reach to them as I message only. And for that, first thing which you have to remember while entering the classes, to manage your anxiety. I met so many teachers, maybe 4 years back. I met so many teachers at PU, at UIET, at Swami Devi Dayal, at Chitkara, at CGC Landra, Rayatan Bara. There are so many colleges nearby. I met so many teachers and I asked them, so do you think that you are anxious when you enter the classroom? Can they hear me? Am I audible to you all?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So there I would like to confirm one thing, that in case if you are, if you know that, okay, fine, you are nervous. Are you feeling nervous? Do you feel nervous when you go in your classes? 85%, as per my knowledge, says yes, ma'am. Today also, when we go in our class, our stomach got gurgly, and maybe there is something, this Murphy monkey that sits on our shoulders, and sometimes we feel very dry. आपको बड़ा dry लगता है आपका जो throat. and you feel quite nervous when you are taking session in your classrooms. So 15% must be lying. So I mean to say that 100%, if I talk about 85%, they acknowledge that yes, they feel anxious, and 15% they say that no, we don't. I believe they must be lying, because to some extent there must be some hidden anxiousness behind your mind once you enter the classroom. Fine. So most important thing in classroom communication is how to manage your anxiety. How to manage that. So most important thing is, first of all, greet your anxiety. Accept it. Yes, I am quite nervous. Yes, I'm nervous and I am going in the class and you have to behave. If I have to go and take your session, so before entering the door, I'm telling Meera, you are nervous, and make sure at least you have to manage your anxiety. So to manage anxiety is a skill which you have to learn yourself. And how do you do that? And why have you noticed that in case you are anxious, or maybe you are anxious, and if you go and present, then what will happen to your audience? Maybe they start laughing at you. Maybe they are disengaged. They look somewhere else. Come on, because he or she is not confident enough. They are disengaged. At the same time, maybe possible, they sometimes try to give you that confidence by nodding. Yes, we understand what you say. The moment you say like this, you get confidence that, okay, whatever I'm saying, she or he is understanding. Yes or no? So to manage anxiety, the most important thing is, first of all, after greeting, after accepting the fact that yes, you are anxious, second thing is that once you are in front of your audience, fine, most thing is that you have to remember, you have to start with a question. Start with a question. Start your session with a question. Be dialogic. Be dialogic. Now what is dialogic? It means two-way. Okay, let me just ask you about your name. Fine. Can you just give me your name, please? Purnima. Purnima, if I just ask you, can you give me one adjective before your name? P stands for what? Your adjective. For example, if I am Meera, I call myself meticulous. M stands for Meera and M stands for meticulous. So in case if I ask you Purnima, so P stands for what? Peaceful. Peaceful Purnima in our studio. And what about, huh? Ramna. So R stands for Ramna? Romantic. Okay, fine. Romantic Ramna. So here what we are talking is, in case if we are dialogic, I'm asking you this question. So, but once you go in your classroom, as per your own session, as per your own, you can say the material, you may ask any question to your students. How is the weather outside? How do you feel? How was your day yesterday? And how do you going to plan yourself for this Lodi Mela? Something like that. So it means try to be dialogic the moment you enter your class. This helps in managing your anxiety. Fine. The first rule which you may remember for managing. And number two, and try to be conversational. Try to be conversational in your communication. Conversational means that we should use, not like this. Do we have our slides? Before we communication, I don't want to repeat this, because communication, you all know what does it mean. It's exchange of ideas, and in classroom again you are exchanging your ideas, you are exchanging through presentation. Fine. So it is something which I believe is and here we will going to talk about later about the I message. Why I have to manage my anxiety? Because my I message should reach to you as I message only. It should not become your you message. So the most important thing is that हमने जो भी बात करा था, that we have to reframe the conversation to the conversational language. Now what is conversational language? That we don't have to say, okay, point number one, I'm going to talk about active listening. Number two, for example, if I'm reading the points, conflict management, and the third is positive body language. Rather than having this kind of language or the communication, we may say that let's understand, we will understand about active listening. Now we will have the second thing, that in case we are having some conflict in our mind, how to manage it well. And the third thing, we all will going to understand about you can say positive body language. So what are we doing here? It means I'm using lot of pronouns. You, me, we. We are going to learn. We are going to do this. In case if you are, or maybe you can talk about, if I just stand up, can they look at me? Okay. So in this situation, let's say if I enter the class, and after entering the class, if I say, I welcome all of you. So is this the right body language? I'm welcoming you, and see the part. Okay, let me introduce all these points to you. And it is like this, it is like this. So it is something like you are just restricting yourself to be part of them. So the most important thing is, you may say, let me welcome all of you. And we will going to learn this, and we will going to learn this, and we will going to, and at the same time, open arms, and this kind of body language you may use in order to talk to them. And this kind of language is known as conversational communication. Conversational. It should not be too formal that they stop coming to you. I have noticed this so many times. The moment I go to any college, I've seen professors, lecturers, please, I feel sorry, and I'm sorry for, I apologize also in case if anybody is listening to me, and the professors also, that they are quite polite to me the moment they talk to me. But somebody, let's say if the student walks in, then what happened? Yes, what happened? Why you are here? So this kind of face, this kind of tone, this kind of language they use with students. You don't have to show that authority. You are already possessing that authority of being teacher. Fine. So rather than using too formal a language, you are creating a distance between your own self and the teachers, or maybe you can say your students. So what are you doing? You have to maintain, but that distance should be something that at least you are approachable when they feel any problem. But in case if they are finding some problem, but if you are too, you can say self-centered, and you have made that kind of aura around yourself that nobody can even talk to you even if they are in trouble, so then you are not going to be a good teacher for your students. Fine. So try to be conversational, and this only is, why this happens. Conversational communication is not possible. Why? Because you're too anxious, you're too nervous, and that's the reason you want to restrict yourself to your own limits. You don't want anybody to ask you question beyond the syllabus which you have learned, which you have studied. So that is why, and I'm going to just proceed further. The moment we proceed further in our session, then we will also learn something more about other points. Okay. So the most important thing is that here, first thing is that, okay, let's repeat the previous part. First is that we just have to remind ourselves the things which we are already aware of. इसका एग्जाम्पल मैं दे सकती हूँ आपको, जैसे कि आपने आज आपने कुछ खरीदा, आईफोन लिया, एप्पल आईफोन लिया, and you will notice that the moment you purchase that iPhone and you moved out in the market, all the people around you, you may find they have Apple iPhone in their hand. You may find, come on, इनके पास भी iPhone है, उसके पास भी देखो iPhone है. They must be carrying before also. But today, because you have bought it, now you are aware about the fact that it is very much in vogue. It is very much in fashion. Yes or no? So the things which we are already aware of, which we already know, we were not aware. So today that awareness need to be enlightened. Number two, हमने क्या सीखा अभी तक? That we are quite anxious the moment we enter our classroom. And to manage our anxiety, one is that we have to use dialogic. We have to be dialogic, that we have to start our conversation with question answers. Number two, we have to be conversational in our communication. I have given you the example where the body language should be open. You can open your hands and talk to them. That is very important. And use pronouns rather than using point number 1, point number 2, point number 3. We will going to discuss about this, and we will going to discuss about this, and then we will going to conclude towards the end of it that this is what we have learned. So try to engage them in your communication. Fine. And number 3 is that to manage your anxiety, please be at the present moment. Third thing which you have to remember, to manage your anxiety, be at the present moment. Now, what does it mean? If anybody, you can just connect me. Be at the present moment. I can just talk to somebody in Sirsa, Dr. Shikha Goyal. You can just help me out that what do you mean that we have to be in the present moment, the moment we enter in our classroom?
Ma'am, pardon please, I am not getting you.
No, I wanted to just ask that is it possible for you to be at the present moment in your class? Sometimes it happens that you are physically present but mentally you are somewhere else. So for effective classroom communication, I want you to know that for you, what does it mean that you have to be at the present moment, the moment you enter in your classroom?
So when we enter in the classroom, we should concentrate on our students, and whatever is hovering in our mind, we should keep that aside, and we should involve ourselves in our students, the content which I am going to deliver. And for this, the best medium is I should start interacting with the students, so that whatever is troubling my mind may be tackled.
But in case if you are not there at the present moment, then what you will do to be at the present moment? In case if you are not.
If I am not, you mean to say that I am mentally I am busy somewhere.
थोड़ा सा लाउड स्लो करेंगे वॉइस.
Hello. Hello.
थोड़ा सा माइक आप नीचे करो. थोड़ा सा माइक नीचे करो because your voice is echoing. Now it's okay. Yeah. I just want to ask you, in case if you are not at the present moment, how you will bring yourself to be present moment? How you will bring yourself?
The one thing is that I will start interacting with my students. I will engage my
interacting with students. Okay, when you start interacting with students, okay, fine, once, twice, that's also very. But after interacting, how long you will do that?
Because when I will start interacting with my students, so I will be involved with them, and at that time, whatever will be troubling my mind, that may be put aside. And in that case, when I will start interacting, I feel so that I will be involved in the class, and whatever I will be present in my class also.
Great. And thank you so much, ma'am. And we'll come back to you again, maybe, because once I'll just take feedback from others also, and then we'll discuss about other things too. And in studio also, I would like to know that, yes, ma'am, in case if you are not in the present moment, how you bring back yourself to the present moment? होते नहीं हो वहाँ पे. Because generally anxious के time में, once you are nervous, in that situation, we always try to tell students what we have learned. And in case if they ask you something, we always think from the pattern which we have already learned. उसी में से निकालते रहते हैं और बताते हैं. We will not going to think something beyond that. So and because of this, we are actually not at the present moment at that point of time with them. We may think that okay, fine, and we'll just get back to you on certain things. So we have, because our mind need to be there at that point of time in the class only. Only then we can communicate with them and we can link with them well. Fine. So maybe just I can ask somebody else also their viewpoint on this, and then we'll conclude it. How we are going to do it, because I'm keeping it open yet. I have not concluded that yet. Muzaffarnagar, Reena Chaudhary. Muzaffarnagar. Yeah. Hello, Muzaffarnagar, and and just helping in elaborating and explicitating my point, how you can be at the present moment. What does it mean?
Madam, we will have to concentrate ourselves on our subject.
How do you do that? Let's say if you are not. Let's say if you have to bring also any student to be the present moment, how you will do that?
We can ask questions related to our topic.
You will ask them about your topic?
We can ask questions related to our topic. We can check their previous knowledge related to their topic that we have taught to them last week.
Okay, you want them to have already taught them.
We can connect their previous knowledge to the new knowledge.
Okay. That is also the way you can moment.
Yes. Yes.
Fine. Thank you so much. And let's come back to the session. Echo kar rahi hai voice. So the most important thing, because as my background is from the psychology, because I learned psychology for 7 years, and that's the reason I can just let you know that what we used to do. And right now also when I visit this rehabilitation psychology center at this sector 6 Panchkula Civil Hospital, and there we actually help students also with behavioral problem. And there for learning, the most important thing is we always tell them that in the classrooms also, teachers need to be at the present moment, and the best way to do is to reverse counting, to do reverse counting. Let's say in case if you're not here right now, and if I ask you one question, I have to do it myself, my own self. So what I do, I generally reverse because let's say if while talking, my mind get distracted to something else. To bring back my mind to focus on a particular thing, on a particular topic. So what I do reverse counting, like 17, 16, 15, okay, 14, 13, 12, 11, like this. So once you do reverse counting, what happened? That it means you are concentrating on your own self. You cannot do meditation in the classroom. You cannot do that. Can you meditate in the classroom? No, it is not possible. But in case if you do reverse counting in your mind, can you do it? From 23 to 1, reverse counting करेंगे आप एक बार mind में? हाँ, mind में करो आप 23, 22, 21, 20, 19. जब आप बोलते चले जाओगे, आप 1 मिनट के लिए वापस अपनी जगह पे आ रहे हो. Close your eyes and do reverse counting in your mind, so that for a second, maybe you cannot do reverse counting from 199, but maybe you can do it from 23 to maybe 17, maybe from 10 to maybe 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now let me start again. Fine. So in that situation, if you do reverse counting, or you can do tongue twisters. Never trouble. If trouble troubles you, if you trouble, trouble will double trouble you. If you can just repeat with me like this, maybe you just come back to the anything. Chandu ki chachi ne Chandu ke chacha se, hum bolte hain na kaise? Ye bhi to tongue twisters hain. So in that situation, in case if your mind is distracted, just close your eyes and for a second, or maybe not closing your eyes, you just take a second off and then do that exercise. And then you bring yourself back to the present moment. Because if you can just repeat with me, let's say this one only, never trouble till trouble troubles you. If you trouble will double trouble you. So in this situation, what do you think? You have to concentrate. And at the same time, there's nothing else that is coming in your mind. It's only me to whom you are listening. At the same time, you are also concentrating, you're focusing, and then your mind will not go here and there. Because you don't want to be wrong at any point of time. You always want to be right in front of your students also. Because you feel that being a teacher, we should always portray ourselves as best, not less than that. Fine, we should always portray ourselves as Miss or Mr. Right, not wrong. Fine. So there it is very important that to manage anxiety, the third most important point is, one is that you have to accept that yes, you are anxious. Okay, come on, I am anxious. Number 2, that you have to use dialogic way of speaking. Start with a question answer. Number 3, that you have to be conversational in your language. And number 4 is that you have to be at the present moment. At least, yes, if you are nervous, but I have to take this class. And these students are my listeners, my audience, and then I have to give them the best. For that, I have to be at the present moment. Then only with all these things, with this kind of aura, your I message will reach to you as I message only. It will not be distracted to some other message. Fine. So for all of you, most important thing is there's nothing new which we have talked about. But there's one point which I have discussed in length. Before starting the second one, let me just have a small exercise with you. Okay? Just one sec. Let me just see what's the time like. Can you just draw? Can you draw a square? All of you, if you can just, okay, let me just put onto the Faridabad. I welcome Faridabad students. Faridabad students? Here they are. If you can just have a pencil or maybe a pad with you. You have a paper and yes, you have. I'm going to give you a few instructions to all in fact, and I want you to draw something. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Simple because you must have done it in school. So there's nothing more difficult for you to draw. मैं कोई आपसे बड़े कोई abstract नहीं बनवाने वाली हूँ. Simple geometrical figures. All right?
Okay, ma'am.
And in studio also, my two. Okay. What you can do? Draw a square. Draw a square.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. We have drawn that. We have drawn square.
There is no need for scale. There is no need for scale.
We draw square, ma'am.
Square, okay. Descending on the right top vertex of square, draw a rectangle.
On the top right.
Number 3 is that on the top left vertex, draw a triangle.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
And on the bottom right vertex, draw oval shape. Oval shape.
Bottom right.
Yes. And bottom left vertex, you have to draw a star. In the center of square, you have to draw you can say an arrow pointing towards north. In the center of square, you have to just draw a arrow which is pointing towards north.
Okay, ma'am.
Can you show me now what you have drawn? Can you show me, Amra, that what you have made? What is this? Can you bring it close, please?
Is it visible, ma'am?
No, it's not visible. Yes, 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 now it's visible. I think you just have to just bring it up. थोड़ा सा ऊपर करो आप. Perfect. Okay. Wonderful. Next one. आप सर दिखाएंगे एक बार? आप भी दिखाएंगे, please? मेरा भी दिखा दो. Okay, that's wonderful. आपने अंदर लगा दिया. Square के अंदर सारा कुछ. कितना cute लग रहा है. Very nice. Next. ऐसे आप भी दिखाओ. अपना नहीं दिखा रहे आप. अपना पेपर दिखाओ सर. प्रोटेक्ट कर दिया और आपने सारा कुछ बाहर लगा दिया.
बाहर निकाल दिया.
सर आप नोटिस करेंगे. Okay, fine. At studio also, I would like to see few changes now. See what she has made and what you have made. It's also there. Yes. There also we have two different varieties. If you noticed in your classroom, centers also, please. Can they see? I can just show them there. Also her also. See here, have you noticed? There are only 2 participants and see the kind of pictures they have drawn. ये देखो पहले इन्होंने कैसे draw किया है. Just look at this. I said that make a square. Square के top right vertex you have to draw what rectangle. और उसके बाद rectangle तो बनाए नहीं. And then after that नहीं rectangle बताया था. And the second one I have to say that you have to make a rectangle and triangle. And top bottom left vertex I told them to make a star, and on the bottom right vertex maybe I had told them to make what oval shape, something like that. Fine. So just see what they have drawn here and what the another applicant has drawn. ये देखो आप. एक तो देखो आपने कैसा बना, एरो भी था, स्टार भी है, ओवल भी है, ट्रायंगल एंड रेक्टेंगल बोला था मैंने स्क्वायर के ऊपर. See here, we have a different again. Fine. So maybe possible that my communication was not right. Maybe. Fine. So here we have noticed that in case if we are actually giving instructions in our classroom, and if our children are also not, maybe our students are also not in the position to understand what we have to talk, in that situation what will happen? Your I message will be received by them as you message, not as I message only. मेरा I message तब तक वहां तक नहीं पहुंचेगा जब तक उनको वो चीज समझ में ना आए जो मैं समझाना चाह रही हूँ. Are you getting it? And this, the one most important hindrance is what? Your anxiety level. You have to control, you have to manage, and you have to create that aura in the class when they are only listening to you, nothing else. And here what we are doing, we are listening also. At the same time, there's something else in our mind, because maybe you got nervous by knowing that what is vertex all about. Vertex is a corner. When we talk about vertex, vertex is a corner. So corner inside the square or outside the square, you have not asked me, and I have not given you any opportunity to learn all this and to ask me also this question. Because my aim was only to give, not to ask anything. I was not dialogic. Okay, let me ask you, sir, give you certain things, and in case if you don't understand, please ask me also. I have never started my conversation like this. So in case I'm just giving you the consequences, what we will going to feel, what we're going to get towards the end of it, in case that aura, that classroom communication, that situation is not created. So first of all, you have to create the situation where when you say something, they will also start understanding what you are talking. Fine. And for that, in that spontaneous situation, this is known as spontaneous situation. You have nothing else in your mind. And I have also not planned what to talk. That's the reason I was just saying, okay, draw this, draw that, and here this, top right vertex, left. So that could be the reason. To some extent, yes, I am planned because maybe I have given this activity so many times. But you were not planned because you are not aware what I'm going to teach, what I'm going to ask you. So in such a spontaneous situation, I can also give you example of spontaneous situation, like when you go out and somebody asks you, okay, can you just introduce your neighbor? And I said, oh, okay, fine, she's my neighbor and her name is this, and because it's quite spontaneous. You have not planned that kind of introduction of your neighbor. Or maybe I can give you example of, okay, give me a feedback on how, about my dress, and how about my communication. So that is also, when you ask somebody for the feedback, that is also quite spontaneous. Today also, when I asked you that give me your name with one adjective before that, quite spontaneous situation. A mean professor like me, or mean, it's a communicator like me, if I'm going to ask you such type of questions, you will feel, oh God, what she's asking. I have to see adjective. What adjectives are? Nouns kaun se the to adjectives kaun sa tha? So this type of thing in certain spontaneous situation, classroom communication में भी क्या, classroom क्या है, spontaneous है. Teacher may be planned, वो तो आप structure करके जाओगे अपना chapter. But what students may going to ask you is you have to answer quite spontaneously. So in spontaneous situation, you have to also speak. Fine, because you have to think beyond box. You will not only going to teach what you have already planned at your place, that only this part I'm going to take in my brain, and then I have to only tell this. There could be a situation where students may ask you certain questions which you have not prepared. And you have to think beyond that. Maybe if you're explaining certain things, and if they had certain other points to explain the same thing which you have said, so in that situation also, you may agree, you may listen to them also at some point of time. For example, if I, can you just connect me to Bikaner? In case if I'm talking to Bikaner, do they see everyone? Okay. Bikaner students, and I'm going to give you a small activity here also. I'm giving it to them. You just have to point at 5 things. You have to point. Are you listening me? Shall we speak to Sardulgarh?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We are here.
ये कौन से हैं? Sardulgarh?
Bharat Group of Colleges. Yes, ma'am. Bharat Group of Colleges.
Can you listen to me?
Yes, ma'am.
If I am going to give you one activity where you have to point different things but wrongly. If I say this is mouse, this is not mouse, this is mic. But if you say this is mouse, this is elephant in front of me, and this I may say table, this is a chair, or this is a boy. So this is what I'm doing. So I'm pointing at things, I'm pointing things wrongly. So can you do this for me? 5 things if you point out but wrongly.
Okay, ma'am.
Understood what I want? Have you understood? What
yes,
I said? Can you do this for me?
Okay, ma'am.
I would like to look at you. Point at 5 things but wrongly. Fast.
Mouse, we are giving comb. 5 things that
you have to point at something and then you have to tell this is this, and you have to point and then you have to say something wrong.
Ma'am, this is comb.
Why you have to carry? You have to be spontaneous. You have to be spontaneous. Don't carry paper pencil with you. Be spontaneous. It means that you have not planned anything. Spontaneous का मतलब ये है कि आपने प्लान नहीं करना पहले से. अब आप सिंपल मुझे फटाफट बताओ. Wrong, गलत चीजें बताओ.
This is comb.
Okay.
This is mirror.
Okay.
This is pencil.
Yes.
This is almirah.
Okay.
And this one is fridge.
This one is
refrigerator.
Better. Okay. Good. How do you find this exercise? Is it difficult or it is very easy?
It is very easy.
Very easy. But why you took so much of time? If it was so easy, you took help of your friend also, and at the same time you are quite conscious in giving wrong names. If you can just practice this here, can you come here for a second? Now here we have another, yes. Now she will going to talk about 5 things wrong in this classroom. So let's see how fast she can do this.
This is bottle. This is laptop. Meera ma'am. He is a boy. And this is table.
Okay, great, wonderful. So here
it's very difficult.
It's difficult,
really
and at the same time, just come here. Have you noticed one thing? That still we are using ours from the stock which we have in our brain. हम पहले से stockpiling कर लेते हैं. बिकॉज इस बात को हुए कितना हो गया, 5-7 मिनट हो गए, और 5-7 मिनट में हमने पहले से प्रिपेयर करके रख लिया कि हमने ये बोलना है. I talk about, let's say this is a camel, maybe शर्मा इसको क्या बोलती है, एलिफेंट, और इसको बोलती है लेपर्ड. पैटर्न्स यूज करना शुरू कर देती. कौन से पैटर्न्स है ये, एनिमल्स के. अगर मैंने बोला ये एप्पल है तो आप बोलोगे ये बनाना है, और बनाना के बाद आप बोलोगे ये वाटरमेलन है. ये कौन सा पैटर्न है, फ्रूट्स का पैटर्न करोगे. थैंक यू सो वेरी मच, थैंक यू सो मच. So here we have noticed one thing, that even if we have to be wrong, still it takes lot of efforts, and it's not that easy for us, because we always use our brain stockpiling. We keep on stockpiling. हम फटाफट डालते चले जाते हैं, उसी फाइल में से निकालते रहते हैं एक एक चीज, हमें कहीं गलत ना कर जाए. अभी मैंने अगर आपसे पूछा कि आपका नाम क्या है with one adjective, if your was the first turn, and she must be thinking कि अगर मेरी टर्न आएगी तो मैं क्या बोलूंगी. You know why? Because we don't want to be wrong at any point of time. And in our classrooms also, another most important thing is that try to face these spontaneous situation. And for that, most important thing is that think beyond books. Critical thinking plays very, very important role. Try to do that. Why? Because try to be presenter rather than performer. Try to be performer. आज एक अच्छा शो परफॉर्म करके आते हैं. ड्रामा थोड़ी ना हो रहा है क्लास में जब हम परफॉर्मेंस देने जा रहे हैं. कोई डांस थोड़ी ना हो, बिकॉज डांस की परफॉर्मेंस होती है, म्यूजिक की परफॉर्मेंस होती है. प्रेजेंटेशन कैसे होती है? You have to present yourself very formally and with the proper things which are already planned, but in the spontaneous situation. Situation can be any. You need to be planned, but at the same time, you also और क्या करना चाहिए आपको, that you have to face spontaneous situation. Fine. And for that, what another thing which you have to learn is that most important, आपको सबसे पहले क्या देना पड़ेगा? Use, and you can say take such type of questions which your students are asking you as not as a challenge but as an opportunity. So please try to improve your approach the moment you enter your classroom. The first is to manage your anxiety, and the second thing is that you have to, आपको क्या मैंने बोला आपको, you have to improve your approach. Approach कौन सी change करनी है आपने? It means take, if any student asks you any question, don't take it as a challenge. Take it as an opportunity that it where it comes. Wow, wonderful thing which you asked. Now let us discuss about us. Let us. Pronouns use कर रहे हैं, conversational language. Okay, let me give you first point, let me give you second point and third point. Again, what we are doing? Cut करी जाते हैं. Ask open-ended questions to them. Okay, we have discussed. Now tell me something. How much you have learned? Rather than about closed. Have you understood, yes or no? What will happen? No, ma'am. What you have not learned? This part. Okay, tuck. What you are doing? You are cutting down your conversational language, your scope of talking to them well. So if you really want to be approachable teacher, your communication should also have most important thing, that is at least change your approach to students. In case if they ask, for example, shall I just narrate you with an example? That if I give you, if you both can come here for a second. To all of you, I just want to make this very clear, that how you can change your approach. It means that you have to take it as a challenge, not as a challenge, but as an opportunity. For example, if she is giving any gift to her, fine, can you see all of them? They are looking at them also? Okay. So here you have to give any gift to her, and you have to, for example, this is the gift. You have to give to her, and once you are giving, after that you say, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the wonderful gift which you have given. Fine. And once you open it, now it depends on you. Whatever it comes in your mind. So maybe if I say, wow, that's a nice, I said that's a wonderful flight thing, or you can say, a wonderful laptop which you have given. Right? It means one, you need to be spontaneous, because you don't know what she will going to say, because you are not once you are giving, you have to come out with a new word. Okay, and after that you will going to say, I know that you will going to like this. Like this means what she has said. Why? Because you need it more, or maybe because I have seen it somewhere. Because के बाद आपको answer line पूरा करना है. Right? So this is take it as an what? As an opportunity. Right? For some learning something new. So you just present her something, and she will going to give you one name, and then you have to say that okay. Right? Okay, let's see how they will going to perform it. Now here, give it to me, because now we have already planned here, because we are so much of flying.
Now, yes, I knew this. I knew this.
So that is wonderful. So this is going to happen. So let's do it.
Okay, that's from my side.
Thank you so much.
Open it.
Wow. Amazing. It's amazing.
What amazing?
What amazing?
What you have to
Amazing.
say?
Yes, it's amazing pen drive.
Pen drive. Oh,
Yes.
Oh,
she got a pen drive from her. Wonderful.
okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Actually, pen drive is very important these days, and we were thinking.
No, I appreciate that you like this.
I appreciate you like this, and pen drive is
You have
used
given-
by everyone, and because
Why you have given this to her?
because this is the one thing which you can use anywhere, anytime, and it is the best gift for myself.
So, don't you think so? And in case in this spontaneous situation, you don't know what she will going to say. You don't know what she will going to say. And she said pen drive, and then you have to narrate that answer accordingly. You have to ask your brain quickly. Okay, thank you, brain, that you are helping me out for this. And then you have to give them. So, in this spontaneous situation, have you understood what spontaneous is all about? Fine. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is how you can do, because we need to see some other points too. So that is what I would like to tell you. That tomorrow, in case if you have already planned, that you are going to give this pen drive, then maybe you have answer ready with you. But in that situation here, you have noticed that she was not aware what she will going to say. And accordingly, she has to reframe her answer. Fine. That is what a spontaneous situation is. And then accordingly, you have to behave. And you have to take it as an opportunity. And for this, most important thing is that in your conversational communication, you should not use not but. No, it is not like this. But let me tell you. Rather than you should say yes and. You should use words like yes and. Okay, yes, it is the right question you asked me. And let me tell you. So be more positive in your approach. Fine. So approach is that you have to use more of yes and such type of words with students rather than no, but let me tell you. So when you say no, when you say but, these are negative thought reversers. They are not thought extenders. Fine. So your thought can only be extended if you use certain words like you and. You, okay. Or you can say yes and, sorry. Not you and, yes and. Okay, yes, it is like this. And let me tell you more about it. So if you start using such words in your conversation, that is yes, yes and, this is more beneficial to the students rather than using no, but let me tell you. No and but, they actually cut their conversation. Fine. So start using that also. So this will going to help you better in your communication with students. And another, I think we have already learned about 3-4 steps where we can improve our classroom communication. And most important thing is that you have to be an active listener also. Active listening is another most important part of classroom communication. And for that, what do you think is important? Here you have process of communication, figure we have already drawn. And you have seen that your I message has reached to you as I message only if you make that environment where people start listening to you. That is very important. And then there we have also noticed that our instructions is थोड़ा सा हम revise ही कर रहे हैं. हम कर चुके हैं oral communication या सब कुछ कर चुके हैं हम लोग. We are not discussing more about it because this you must have done it before. Oral communication आपने कर लिया? Some other communication?
We have just
Communication. Very short. Okay. Here we can see the two components of effective communication in simple communication, not classroom. Any type of communication is verbal, non-verbal, and verbal components include speech, your vocabulary, your pronunciation, intonation. Intonation is that how you use the tone of talking. Let me tell you very clearly, very smiley. It means a very good of energy. Let me tell you a chapter of motivation. So how gloomy I am in talking, and at the same time see the tone, modulation of the voice. So that is should not be emphasized. Now let me tell you very clearly. Today's chapter is all about verbal communication or classroom communication. So here I'm emphasizing on few words. Right? This is how you can bring some life in your classrooms while talking. Repetition and sound, that plays very important role. So all this part of classroom communication too. Physical tone of voice, they say that physical appearance plays very important role. That's what I told you initially also. The moment you come in the class, we cannot say that, okay, fine, I welcome all of you. I remember because my child, he was in class 3rd or 4th, and when he noticed one thing, he was actually given an opportunity to speak in the prayer, during prayer time, a thought for a day. He said that, Mama, okay, I'm going to start like this, that let me tell you very clearly about this. I said, why you are rubbing your hands and why you are talking like this? He said, because the moment my class teacher comes in the class, she always tells, please open your book. I said, unko thand lagti hogi, ma'am. Because that's the reason that she keeps on doing like this, rubbing her hands and talking like this. So that is how your communication plays very important role. What kind of impact it is giving to your students? No, because such type of things, let me just tell you about it. Okay, like this. Maybe the ma'am will not going to answer your questions. It seems like this. But if I say like this, okay, with open hand, today we are going to talk like this. So, you feel that yes, she's full of energy and she will definitely going to answer my queries. So, your body language plays very important role. If I give, okay, can you just connect me to some center? Those to whom I have not met before. Yeah, here. JCT Polytechnic, can you just raise your hands like this, all of you? Up. Look at me, and if you can raise your hands, all of you. अब सर थोड़ी योगा हो जाएगी, अब योगा का भी करना हमें. हम लोग एक्चुअली योगा के लिए बहुत, मैं थोड़ा योगा करवाने वाली हूँ सबको. आप भी कर सकते हैं तो. फाइन. अब कैन यू जस्ट रोटेट इट इन एयर? ऐसे से कर सकते हो शक्तिमान की तरह. स्लोली स्लोली द वे आई एम डूइंग इट. आप ऐसा करते चले जाएं. हेल्प यू. ये आपके सारे मसल्स वगैरह सब ठीक हो जाएंगे सर. और ऐसे आस्ता आस्ता करते करते शक्ति के साथ आराम आराम से थोड़ा सा पास आएंगे, जैसे मैं आ रही हूँ. आप मेरे को देखते जाओ और इसको रोटेट करते चले जाओ. और आप देखना भी आपके अंदर कितनी जबरदस्त शक्ति की आपको लगेगा, ऊर्जा आएगी आपके अंदर, एनर्जी. आपको सारे जो सर्वाइकल के पेन है सब कुछ ठीक ठाक हो जाएगा सर. एंड देन once you are moving your finger like this in front of you and slowly bring it very close to your face. The way I am bringing it very close to my face. And then after bringing this here, and please slowly, slowly while rotating and keep it on your chin. Here. Like this. बाद में ठीक कर रहे हो आप, बाद में ठीक कर रहे हो. आपने मेरे को सुना नहीं था, आप मेरे को देख रहे थे. और उस केस में आपने यहीं पे रखा था, बाद में रखा है इसके अंदर ऐसे. Have you noticed one thing, that you physical communication कितना ज्यादा है? Physically you are looking at me and you are not listening to me actually. You are only doing what? Physically you are looking at me and whatever I am doing, you are also doing it. And when I said that please put it here on your chin and you just also, आपका भी चिन्ह ये बन गया. अभी तक टीचर ने सिखाया चिन्ह ये होता है, ये चीक्स होते हैं, लेकिन आपने कहा चिन्ह यही होगा, शायद मैम भी यही रख रही है. तो उसमें क्या हो गया? That physically you pay more attention than your verbal part. क्लासरूम में भी सर ऐसा ही होता है. क्लासरूम में भी ऐसा ही होता है कि जब हम बच्चे क्या कहते हैं, टीचर को देखते ज्यादा हैं, सुनते शायद उनका कम है. एंड उनको प्रेजेंट मोमेंट में लेके आने के लिए उनको भी एक्सरसाइज करा देना. फिर उन्हें बोलो कि ओके जस्ट टेल मी रिवर्स काउंटिंग ऑफ सो एंड सो. अभी तक अभी हमने क्या पढ़ा, उससे पहले क्या पढ़ा था, उससे पहले क्या पढ़ा था और सबसे पहले क्या पढ़ा था. रिवर्स करवा देना उसे पूरा का पूरा चैप्टर, rather than asking okay पहली चीज हमने क्या पढ़ी थी, सेकंड की, ऐसे मत पूछो उनसे, उनसे उल्टा पूछो, and they will definitely come back to the present situation. This is how you will going to check it out that components of communication में physical कितना role play करता है. आप सारे मुझे देख रहे थे 60% फिजिकल पे करता है, टोन ऑफ वॉइस कितना 30%, एंड देन वर्बल कितना है. मेरी बात को तो शायद किसी ने सुना ही नहीं, बाद में याद आया चिन चिन, ओहो चिन तो ये थी, ये तो चीख से, फटाफट आपने यहाँ रख लिया. एंड देयर दोज हु वर ओनली लिसनिंग टू मी, उनका क्या हुआ, ध्यान बिल्कुल किसमें था, मेरी फुल कंसंट्रेशन व्हाट आई वाज टॉकिंग, एंड हेंस दे हैव put their hand here, finger here on the chin, right? So components of communication, non-verbal has major components like visibility, emotions, actions and listening. Everything plays very important role, and listening बहुत important है, non-verbal component. अब listening में हमने क्या सीखना है, that we have what we need to be a good listener. If anybody can tell me from कहाँ से हम बात करेंगे, आप कनेक्ट कर सकते हो मुझे किनके साथ, मुजफ्फरनगर के साथ करें, मुजफ्फरनगर. Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, Muzaffar. I just want to that in case if you would like to be a good listener, what characteristics, what features do you possess if you yes, you can tell me, sir.
Madam, we will have to learn. Yes, ma'am. Madam, first of all, we will have to learn how to concentrate ourselves. We will have to take interest in others speaking. Then definitely we will have to become a good listener.
Interest is okay, but first of all, सुनने के लिए सबसे पहले आप, और लिसने के लिए, हम लिसन करने के लिए, सुनने के लिए सबसे पहले क्या चीज करने के लिए,
इंटरेस्ट ये तो चाहिए.
Definitely objective of the speaking that must be clear to us. Then definitely we will become a good listener.
Voice is not clear.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely there is problem in communication. There is no proper network here. That is why we are not listening you properly. But here I am saying that if we have objective, we are clear about the objective of the speaker, then definitely we will have interest in that and we will become a better listener.
Okay, you mean to say that first of all we need to have a in front of us.
अपना ना माइक थोड़ा पीछे रख के बोलिए, आपकी आवाज भी इको आ रहा है, फ्लैट हो रही है पिच.
And are they hearing me better?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Bharat Group of Colleges, Sardulgarh.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
First, patience.
Patience, very good.
Good hearing.
Good hearing.
Concentrate on speaker.
Yes, concentration. और concentration कैसे होगा?
Presence of mind. Presence of mind.
Presence of mind, yes.
And eye contact.
Eye contact. Okay. It means once you are a presenter, then you need to see all that, because you have to maintain that eye contact. You have to listen. You have to talk to them eye to eye, because maybe there are 100 students or maybe 80 students, and you cannot be physically present with each one of them. But you can look at them for nanoseconds and picoseconds and then make them understand what you are talking. Right? So, excellent. I think wonderful points which you have given. And I would like to just, okay, you want to clap for this? and then slow down and listen well. For this, you don't have to jump ahead. Move step by step. We need to listen first, and then we can be, obviously we have to listen first, then only we can understand and we can comprehend it better. Right? So in that situation, let's say if I say, okay, if I am telling you LISTENMECAREFULLY, what does it mean?
Ma'am, please repeat this question.
So, see, others are also feeling the same thing. See, you need to be very good in your spellings, then only you can talk like this. Same thing I said, you have to listen to me carefully. Then I bola CAREFULL, or you can say FULLY. So in that situation, you have to concentrate on each and every letter of what I am talking. Then only you can concentrate, because concentration is of that level, where you are actually listening to that person. So only then everything, whatever he or she will say, that will reside in your mind for the longer period of time. So listening plays very, very important role in classroom. Being a teacher, being a presenter, it is very important that you should listen to your students well, then only you can give them the best. Let's see. Here we have I have few slides on listening also. It says that seek first to understand and then to be understood. Fine, that is by Pascal. You can communicate best when you first listen. You can only communicate well in case if you listen well, and then at the same time, these principles are the keys to effective interpersonal communication. And in your classroom also, you need to have good interpersonal relations with your students. What is empathic? You have to see that, they are here. As a student, they are listening. Fine? Not as a professors or the learned one. So most important thing is, please do not carry any assumptions once you start talking or start delivering lecture in your classroom. So what do you think? Where you go wrong? Because the moment I enter class, I carry loads many in the assumptions. आता ही होगा, इतना तो पता ही होगा इनको, इतना तो छोटी सी बात है कि उन्होंने 10th में किया होगा. If you remember right now, I gave you one question that on the right vertex, draw this. Left vertex, draw this. Bottom vertex and the bottom left right vertex. So in that situation also, if you have drawn different figures at different corners, though you have already learned vertex in class 8th. Edges किसको कहते हैं, vertex किसको कहते हैं, कैसे बनाते हैं graph, everything we have learned in school. If I ask you today about adjectives or adverb में क्या फर्क है, maybe you cannot give me the definition. You must have learned so many years back. So, but the moment we enter in our classroom, we always assume that, okay, fine, it to aata hi hoga इनको. Maybe you have taken that class number of times before. Maybe you don't have that interest. But at the same time, they are coming here in your class for the first time. So please do not carry any assumptions, and please empathize. Just put yourself in their shoe and then try to feel the pinch. कि उनको कहाँ पे गड़बड़ लग रही होगी. And there I have to concentrate more. I have to deliver my lecture in the perfect situation. Fine. So empathic listening is to get inside another person's frame of reference. So make sure at least if a child or maybe a student is asking you some question, try to think that you are in their shoe first. उनको यहाँ पे problem आ रही होगी, शायद आपको उस time नहीं आई होगी, but maybe he or she must be finding some problem there. So try to listen that what actually he wants to tell. Okay, and then you look out through it, you see the world the way they see the world. You understand their paradigm and you understand how they feel. Do this. This is another important, most important, you can say, part of classroom communication. Fine. So along with the anxiety management, along with the conversational language which you have to use, and along with your approach, change in the approach of taking it as an opportunity rather than as a challenge. Okay, इसने मुझे पूछा, दिखाता हूँ मैं इसको, क्या क्वेश्चन मुझे पूछा है, अब मैं बताता हूँ. Don't say like this. Don't be offensive or defensive. Fine. So such type of things you need to just manage yourself. And along with all these points, the last point which you have to keep it, that you have to listen properly to all of them. Fine. This is the concluding part of today's session, that we have to listen carefully about their problems too. And we have to communicate only better in case if we know that what is the problem which is actually disturbing them. Rather than only knowing, okay, this is not clear, let me just tell you why it is not clear. So for that, who will going to solve it? What is your problem? And why you have not understood? Let me just, so what, why, and who, and everything in detail about these things you should be aware about the student. And just see how effective you will going to be in your classroom sessions. Fine. So that is all about. And for that, most important thing is, like after listening, please structure your tell a story towards the end of it. Tell a story means story आप कैसे सुनाते हो किसी को. अगर मुझे किसी को स्टोरी सुनानी तो मैं कैसे सुनाऊंगी, पहले उसको स्ट्रक्चर करूंगी, उसकी इंट्रोडक्शन क्या होगी, उसके बाद इसका बॉडी क्या होगी, उसके बाद कंक्लूड क्या करना है स्टोरी के अंदर. So exactly जैसे आप अपने क्लासरूम में जाते हो, and after listening to them carefully and without any assumptions, once you start explaining about the story, so tell them in a way as if it is a story. Introduction, body, and then conclusion towards the end of the session. And that is how you will going to be very, very good teacher, and maybe you will be appreciated by students for a number of years to come. And we also remember our teachers like this, that in case if they have given, see my son, the moment you know start talking and the way he was imitating teacher's body language, ऐसे करके बात कर रहा है, why you are doing all this? And because he remembered, he said, no, I remember ma'am used to do like this only the moment she used to enter the class. So this is what the students will going to take from you once you move out from the classroom. And I remember because I was just talking to some Indonesian students, and they were just telling, he said, the ma'am, whenever we move out from our classroom, our teacher always stand there at the end of the, you can say the corner of the room, and the moment we move out from the class, she says, okay, we'll see you next time, pat at the back. Here because ours is different, because students will remain there in the classroom, and we go first. The teachers generally go first from the class. But in case if you get an opportunity where students are leaving first, in case you also have to leave and the students also have to leave, you can just give them a pat before they leave the classroom. Okay, tomorrow we'll see you. Wonderful to see you today. You were really concentrating in the class, and you have done very well in your test also last time. So if you just pat one or two students like this, that gives you a very personal touch to it. Right? So this is how you can easily, conclude your sessions very effectively, and that could be a best effective classroom communication for you guys. Thank you so much. In case if you have any questions to ask, you may ask. And or maybe if you would like to reiterate, I think we have already, if you want, I can only repeat points again. We have, I think I've already repeated so many times. Fine. So it means it must be there in your mind. 1 or 2 points, you can just take it with you and you can practice on those. Not everything together, and this will going to help you to be effective yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So much. Sir, आप कर सकते हैं conclude? Tea break of 15 minutes? Okay, yeah.
So thank you very much, madam, for a very interesting session. I think if we implement whatever madam has said, even 5 to 10%, then there will be definitely some improvement in our classroom communication. Now we invite any questions from the participants from any center. Please, if you have any questions to be asked from madam, please let us know.
No question, sir.
No question.
No question. Any other center?
Everybody is hungry and they would like to go for lunch, I suppose.
So now, if you do not have any question, then we break for the lunch. and next session will be on listening skill at 2 o'clock. Please. Thank you.
Resemble here at 2 o'clock. है ना? They will do. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
लाइव हो गया, यही है क्या?
लंच ब्रेक कब से
लंच
चल रहा
ब्रेक
है?
हो गया।
मछली चल रहा है, बढ़िया है।
ठीक है, बाकी तो बंद कर दूं या मिनिमाइज कर दूं?
बाकी चल रहा है ना, चल फालतू है उसको बंद कर चल रहा है, ठीक है बस ठीक है। कितने बजे तक गया देखते हैं। 2 बजे से है ना बैंक में लंच को, है ना? 2 बजे से है ना बैंक में लंच?
हाँ,
तो सबसे बैंक में काम
माइक काम कर रहा है ना, देखो। हेलो, इधर देखो, ये यहाँ। हेलो हेलो,
कौन सा माइक? माइक कौन सा? स्पीकर ही है?
वो देखो काम कर रहा है ना।
कौन सा माइक? माइक है कौन सा इसमें?
पता नहीं कौन सा माइक काम कर रहा है ये। हैं?
म्यूट कर दो, म्यूट कर दो।
The mic is on. Friends, we are back again after the lunch for a very interesting session on listening skills. And I am seeing that in some of the centers, the participants are still not come. I will request the coordinators to kindly make sure that the participants are there. Kindly call everybody so that we can start the session. Otherwise, I do not like to delay the session in the evening. And I have some slides, some important information about communication which were left on the first day. Because of the inaugural session, basics were covered in the first day. My friends from the English and communication skills, they may be already knowing those things, but for my other colleagues from the engineering branches, it is very important for them to understand the basics of communication skills also. So those things were not covered on the first day. I was looking for an opportunity, and in my session now, in the listening skills, which is again a very intensive session, I am finding the opportunity to spend maybe 5 to 10 minutes on the basics of communication skills. Little hurriedly, but then those are important. Ma'am, should we continue? Okay, friends, we will, before I come to the main theme of this afternoon session on listening skills, I will be talking to you about the basics of communication first. And before I go to the basics, let me make a humble request to all the participants that being in a teaching profession, try to develop a habit of referring to dictionary as often as possible. Not only the English teachers, but every teacher, whatever language which we are using, maybe English, Hindi, Punjabi, whatever your mother tongue is, you must buy some good dictionaries. For example, in English, I recommend 4 dictionaries. Number 1 is Oxford Learner's Dictionary. They also provide you a CD with it. In that CD, there is a genie in it. Genie, जैसे हम लैंप को रगड़ते हैं तो genie प्रकट हो जाती है. That's really like that only. That learners Oxford's Advanced Learners Dictionary. In that genie, you can actually take a cursor on any word in a written document on your PC or in a laptop. You don't have to type that word. It will pick up the word itself. Just you bring your cursor on that word, the genie will take the word and it will give you the meaning. And it also will give you the pronunciation in British and in American accents. So this is really works as a genie. And this is one dictionary I recommend, highly recommend to everybody. Number 2, I will also recommend you to buy Webster's Dictionary, which is the American English, and it's very good. If you can catch hold of their college edition of Webster's Dictionary, that also you must have. Number 3rd dictionary I would like to have with you people is Collins Dictionary. This is again a very good dictionary, Collins. Collins Dictionary is giving you the usage of that word in a sentence also. Collins Cobild Dictionary. It also gives you a word, its meaning, its phonetics, and it also gives you the usage of that word by framing a sentence so that you can better apprehend the word also. Then there is a 4th dictionary which I also like to refer to you is, that is Cambridge Dictionary. And you should use these dictionaries extensively and intensively. For example, if there is a word it is not enough for you to explore it in one dictionary. Try to explore it in different dictionaries, so that you may formulate your own concept in your own mind, in your own cognitive domain, about that word, that you start owning that word. And there are certain synonyms also given, and slowly and slowly that word will become in your own vocabulary also. And there are so many online resources also available. The one resource which I use very intensively is thefreedictionary.com. Thefreedictionary.com, that's very useful. That also again gives you American as well as British accent of the pronunciation. It's online, free of cost. And if you subscribe to it, I have subscribed to it, and many of my students, my children have also subscribed to it. They all daily give you one word. It comes in your email, and you can explore that word, and they give you so many other things by which what is important on that particular day also. I mean, it's a very interesting site they have made. If you spend just 3 to 5 minutes every day on that email which comes to you through thefreedictionary.com, I am sure that within 1 year or 2 years your English vocabulary will start improving, and you will be much more enlightened person in that. So coming back to the information, I thought it will be useful to all of you. Let us try to, I always like to do the rudiments, the basics of the things. Definition, communication. The word communication, it has its Latin origin from the word communis, which means common, or from the verb communicare, means to share. You have some information, some message, some opinion, some feeling, anything within you which you want to share with other is known as communication. Language, my dear friends, is one of the tools by which you can share. Language is one of the tools, and it should not be a barrier. Very often than not, we find that language becomes a barrier. For example, if I know French very well, you will not be able to understand. It becomes a barrier. Certain accents are not acceptable in certain cultures and certain places, and the language becomes a barrier. When you start using jargons, for example, if I am a civil engineer, if I start taking example from civil engineering background, for you it will be a jargon. It will be very abstract words I will be using for you. You won't be able to imagine and conceptualize what I'm trying to say to you. The whole essence of effective communication is that you are being perceived by others in the same letter and spirit which you want them to be perceived. आपने कुछ कहा, दूसरे उसको उसी letter and spirit में समझ रहे हैं, then it is an effective communication. If there is a gap between what you are perceiving and what I am saying, then that communication is not effective. And in these 5 days, we are trying to make an attempt whereby you can all hone the skills of effective communication. But my dear friends, let me say that there will always be a communication gap. There will always be a communication gap between what the person wants to share with others. There will always be. By learning how to be effective communicator, we are trying to reduce those gaps. And I like to go to the extent of saying that there is a communication gap between I, me, and myself also. We all the time communicate within my own self. I call it the communication between I, me, and myself. And we find that, I often find it, and I'm sure that you must be also realizing it, there is a gap between I, me, and myself. We keep on having so many dilemmas, and we tend to not understand, and we tend to not agree to whatever I am saying to myself. You must be wondering, what I'm talking about. For example, I tell myself that tomorrow morning I get up at 5 o'clock and I will do my prayers and I will go for a morning walk. I will see a sunrise at Sukhna Lake and I will spend about 45 minutes to 1 hour in the yoga there, come back and have a glass of juice or some fruit, the breakfast, and I will, whatever the blah, 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 blah. Okay, so good. I have attended a good seminars. I understand in the newspapers, these are very, very good things. But in the morning, I do not come out of Rajai. The comforter is so warm and cozy. I do not listen to myself. I do not agree to myself. Communication must result in some action. The action, if the action is not taking place, it means there is some communication gap. And I just give you a very simple example. And very often than not, I do not agree. There is always a communication gap between I, me, and myself. कल करेंगे, परसों करेंगे, नहीं करेंगे, करेंगे. You do the things which you do not want to. You do not want to do the things you do. So there is a communication gap between I, me, and myself. Imagine if there is a communication gap between I, me, and myself. That gap is how much when you are communicating to others, when you are using the tools. I have got an opportunity to read some of the great authors in English or in Hindi for that matter, also in Punjabi also, but I am referring to English language. And most of the authors have found that language has been a shortcoming in their expressions. Whatever they wanted to express, their feelings, their opinions, the language was not enough so that they can communicate properly. They were not convinced that even the authors like Shakespeare and G.B. Shaw, whosoever you name it, if you read them thoroughly, you will understand that they found that the language was a barrier. Let the language not be barrier. But we have the other tools also. Silence, for example, is one of the tools by which you can communicate. Silence. And I like to go to the extent of saying that if you cannot understand your friend's silence, if you are not able to understand your friend's silence, you will never understand his or her words. आज मेरा friend चुप है. I am not able to understand. I am asking क्या हुआ? It is enough that he is silent. I must understand. For that communication to happen, there is a prerequisite of understanding and trust, and that builds up only with a long-term relationships. It can happen instantly also, but then that is a perfect communication. There's a perfect communication. Silence, for example. Coming back to the definitions again, it could be a process, a concept, a network, a technique, or a form of entertainment. We all understand these terms very well. I am not dwelling upon too much on these things. Communication is a broad field of human interchange of facts and opinions. You have certain facts, you have your certain opinions, you want to interchange, exchange with others, you want to hear them, listen to them, and get wiser. Similarly, the other person wants to be wiser by listening to you also. Communication encompasses all forms of expression which serves the purpose of mutual understanding. It's a very important definition given by Reeves. How we pronounce it? Reeves. A purpose of mutual understanding. Communication serves the purpose of mutual understanding. And my dear friends, very often than not, again, because of communication, there are so many misunderstandings. I am not so much worried about having mutual understanding. I am more concerned about the liability of misunderstanding. And 9 out of 10 problems in the life are due to misunderstanding. Whatever we are seeing in our lives, may it be our personal lives, may it be our professional lives, may it be our social life, whatever life we are living, the 9 out of 10 problems are due to misunderstanding. So you should be more careful about how you communicate, what you're communicating, so that there is a mutual understanding is established. Once you have that mutual understanding, then it doesn't really matter, your words doesn't matter really much. आपका friend आपको एक abuse भी कर देता है, you don't mind it, no? And if he doesn't abuse you, you feel that he's not my friend even. That formal communication converts into informal. I'm not, abuse may be a very aggressive word, but then in an informal communication, we are using the language which is not parliamentary all the time. And this is where the understanding start building up. I will like to very quickly go to some of the terms here. Yeah, this slide I like to show to you and how you can be an effective communicator. The gap between what you want to say, convey, or share with others. How can you can be more effective? Before you speak, think. This slide says before you speak, think. Before you write, think. Before you communicate, think. And this think word has come from 5 letters, T, H, I, N, K. I have derived meanings from that. Think. Whatever you're communicating, is it true? If it is not true, what is going to happen? You will be stereotyped, or you will be taken as a false person, a fraud, and people will not trust you. And mind you, I told you the prerequisite for any effective communication is trust. They will label you. Let us say मैंने एक बार झूठ बोला, पकड़ा गया. Second time मैं truth बोल रहा हूँ. People will not take me for granted. Say, I am already labeled as a person who tells lies. Think. Think if it is helpful. Is it helpful? If it is not helpful, do not utter a word. Do not write a sentence. Think about it. Very often then not we indulge into talking something which is not being helpful to the other. I come to a colleague and start saying bad things about the third colleague. Is it helpful for that colleague? Is it helpful to me? Helpful to the third person? And how many times we indulge into all this? Just one example. There are so many things which happens around us which we communicate and it is not helping anybody. Then the I stands for think about it. If it is inspiring, then only you speak. If it is not inspiring others, better keep quiet about it. And the N stands for, is it necessary for me to say something? Many times I find that I keep on saying something which is not necessary. I do not exercise silence during those times. And that brings me to another aspect of communication which will be covered by Madam Archana R. Singh maybe tomorrow more intensively. Silence in articulation is also very important. We all live with some kind of verbal viruses. I call them verbal viruses. When I am saying certain sentences, in between, I am thinking and uttering certain words. And if you are thinking loudly, that loudness of thinking is known as verbal virus. You know, we all have some kind of viruses. हम कुछ ना कुछ बोलते रहते हैं. You know, it's very common. You know, it's very common. Okay, some people keep on saying okay. When they are saying okay, they are not saying okay. They are only thinking. So during that time, if you are able to observe the silence before you articulate the next phrase or a word, that is a better communication. But I am not referring to that in this particular case. In this particular case, I am talking about Think about it. Is it necessary? If it's not necessary, for example, uh, I ask you, how are you doing in the morning? Good morning. How are you doing? I have slight headache. I dig little deeper. Headache कैसा हो रहा है? कौन सी जगह पे महसूस हो रहा है? Oh my God, my grandfather died of it. Is it necessary for me to say? Is it being helpful? It is true that my grandfather died of a headache. He had some problems in the head. But is it necessary? Is it being helpful? No. Many times I just barge into a conversation where I have very less or no information at all. So, and the last one, which cover all the four things, is think about it, if it is kind or no. If it is not kind, then communication is not proper. What do you mean by being kind? Kindness is a one parameter I like to hang upon, everything else in communication. If I am not being kind to the other person, I should not be speaking. I should not speak if it is not kind. I like to explain the word kindness in context with communication by giving an opposite of it. When we say kind, it means you are not being rude. Opposite to kindness means rude. And how do you know? What is the litmus test for knowing whether you are being rude or you are being kind to the others? How do you know that? One golden rule which you must remember, I'm just giving you, I'm not entering into discussion, otherwise I would have entered into the discussion with the participants here. Because of time, I am running through the slides a little more quickly. The litmus test, the golden rule to know whether you are being kind to others or no is, there is a idiom in English which says that the wearer knows where the shoe pinches. If you want to know where the shoe is pinching to the other person, try to wear that shoe. If you can take the manner and the words which the other person is trying to say to you, you can say those words to the other person. आपको कैसा महसूस होगा यदि वही सेंटेंस, वही चीजें, वही शब्द कोई दूसरा आपसे बोलता है? Put yourself into that situation. If you can take it gracefully, then it is kind. Otherwise, if you are going to take offense of that, then it is not being kind. The manner in which you want to be treated, treat others in the same manner. That is the essence of being kindness in context with communication. Think about it. Whatever I am going to say, I am being remembered of my professor in English in my college days when I was in pre-university, Professor Kuldeep Jaidka. I still meet him very often, though he taught me in 77, I remember. And but we meet, we share a cup of tea some very often. He used to say that, if you permit me, can I say it in Hindi? कमान से तीर निकला हुआ वापस आ सकता है. कमान से निकला हुआ तीर, you have bow and arrow. जो bow से निकला हुआ जो arrow है, it can come back. It doesn't come back. We all know it very well. It doesn't come back. He said there is a possibility of कमान से निकला हुआ तीर वापस आ सकता है, लेकिन मुंह से निकला हुआ शब्द कभी वापस नहीं आ सकता. Think before you say. Whatever you have said will go deep into the heart, in the mind of the person, the person. You may say sorry, you may say whatever things you want to say, but the other person has got that. उसके वो लग गया जाके तीर. So think about it, whether it is being kind or not. If it is not kind, do not say, do not write, do not express. This is what I want to say. Now, this is one thing I wanted to share with you, very important in communication. the basics of communication. Think about it, if it is true, if it is helpful, if it is inspiring, if it is necessary, or if it is, are you being kind? Now, I like to have one more dimension about the communication, the argument and discussion. This is again one of my favorite topics, argument and discussion. In communication, it's very important to discuss, to share things, but never enter into an argument. The difference between argument and discussion is that in argument we try to find out who is right. In discussion we try to find out what is right. In everyday conversation, again, may it be at a personal level, a professional level, or a social level, never ever enter into an argument. And when we are entering into an argument, we are actually closing all the doors for right kind of sharing of information or opinions or whatever you want to share. Why do we argue? And how can we avoid it? We will discuss about it in our listening skills lecture here, just now in the session. And that also reminds me, whatever may happen, I will like to give you an exercise also on the listening skills. I have tried to develop a audio, a sort of a speech here, which will be sharing. I will be sharing with you. That will define how good listener we are. Coming back to the subject of argument and discussion, why do we argue? We want to win. I am right. The other person is saying, I am right. Each one wants to win. And who is winning? The false ego. In me or the other person. It is the ego which says that meri jeet hogi. The other person says, main jeet gaya. No? I am right. I am win. The other person says, I have won. So his ego wins. And my dear friends, in any case, that ego is a false. Remember, if you just carry back only one message from this course, I like to share with you that message that all egos are false. Do not try to pamper them. Do not try to make them win or lose. Because they are false anyway. They are false anyway. It always calls for troubles. आप कोई भी मैथमेटिक्स का इक्वेशन सॉल्व कर रहे हैं, कोई प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहे हैं, if your principle is wrong, you will never end up with the right solutions, because that is a false principle. When your premise is false, you can never end up in a right kind of solutions. So when you are arguing, you are starting with a false principle of having a false ego. Where is that ego? Who has seen that ego? What happens if it wins? What happens if it loses? It doesn't have any entity in itself. Any case. What happens in the argument? See this slide very carefully. Very often then we find this scene in the homes, in the streets, between the countries. Border पे firing शुरू हो जाती है. This is the cause. And ultimately, आप ठीक हैं, आप अपने कॉर्नर में बैठिए, मैं ठीक हूं, मैं अपने कॉर्नर. We are not even talking to each other. We are not even speaking to each other. That situation comes. What it takes to go on your knees and say that I am sorry, I didn't mean it. What it takes to go on your knees and ask the other person to be sorry, that you are being sorry. The false ego doesn't allow you to go on your knees. Maybe physically or maybe mentally you go on your knees and tell, I didn't mean it. No? Very easy to say than to actually practice. But once you start practicing it in your day in and day out life, you see its results in communication. And if right kind of communication takes place, even the group of people can sit together across the table and discuss the thing without having into argument. And this is the ultimate I want to share. Read the sentence in the center. It says that immature people always want to win arguments, even at the cost of a relationship. Immature people want to win an argument, even at the cost of a relationship. Mature ones prefer losing an argument just to uphold a golden relationship. Choices are yours. At any given time, choices are yours. It doesn't matter who is right or who is wrong. It doesn't matter really. Just try to find out what is right. Choices are yours. You want to win an argument, you want to pamper your ego, or you want to win in a relationship. Choices are yours, my dear friends. In communication is very important, especially in the presentation skill. I'm going to talk to you about this aspect of communication, the presentation skills. Whenever you are talking in public, and all teachers are public speakers in the classroom, never enter into an argument with your students. Never, ever. Many often, very often than not, I have seen many teachers entering into argument with their students. Never do that. Never enter. It doesn't lead you anywhere. It doesn't lead the student anywhere. Okay. How can you avoid that argument? How can you avoid the argument? And how can you convert your reactions into reflections? By converting your reaction in argument, you are not listening to others to find out what is right, and you are reacting to what he or she is trying to say. And if you are able to convert that reaction into reflection, that is a simple solution. And I can tell you how to do that. And I'm sharing with you, after a lot of practice on these steps, the first step, the stages of listening process, starts with hearing. You listen to other person by putting your ears to the other person, hearing. The first step. The second step is focus on the message. ध्यान देना उसने क्या कहा है. And then comprehend and interpret. Not only focus, then understand what he is saying. Comprehend and interpret. The fourth stage is analyzing and evaluation. You try to weigh its merits, demerits, advantages and disadvantages, what the other person is trying to say, analyze and evaluate. This is the process of being reflecting upon the other person, what he or she is trying to say. The fourth stage is that of responding. Fifth stage is that of responding. If you are not doing the stage number 2, 3, and 4, focus, comprehension, and analysis, instead of responding, you will be reacting. Now look at this slide again. If you are just heard somebody, and you have not paid any focus to that, you have not comprehended, you have not analyzed, what you will be doing is you will be reacting. And that will be the starting point of your argument. Try to develop, and it becomes instantaneously. I mean, ऐसा नहीं है कि okay, मैंने कुछ कहा, आप मेरे को अच्छा 2 मिनट बस सोच रहे हैं क्या कर रहे हैं. No. Take little bit of time to reflect back on what other person has said or has written in the written communication, and then you can respond to it after having reflected in your mind the focus, the comprehension, the analysis part, and then only you will be able to remember. Why do we forget? Because we do not reflect back. We only react. When we start reflecting back, we'll be able to remember us. In the heat of the argument, we try to say certain things which we do not mean. Similarly, the other person is trying to say something, he says something or she says something which he doesn't mean, but nevertheless, I am listening to that. Anyways, लगी रही है ना, चाहे उसका मीनिंग है चाहे नहीं है. When I tell him or her that you have said this, वो कहता है मैंने तो कहा ही नहीं, because he doesn't remember that he has said that. Without reflection, we keep on reacting and it leads to arguments. This is the simplest model which I have come across, which I want to share with all of you to practice how to avoid the arguments. Now, my dear friends, I like to go to a particular slide before I focus myself on the listening skills part. But before I come to this one, let me go to the slide. I think let me spend maybe 1 or 2 minutes, if you permit me to go on this slide. The basic process of communication. We have not talked about that. We should have discussed in the first day. The basic process of communication. Process starts with a message. You have certain information, some opinion, some feeling. That things are known as a message. The sender, the person who has that, want to share with others. He has that message or she has that message. The first step is, in this slide, if you see, the sender encodes that message in his or her words or figures or some non-verbal modes. मेरे पास कोई मैसेज है, मैं उसको encode करता हूँ. Message or the feeling or any information or facts or whatever things you want to share with others, you encode it, and then you use a process and a channel of communication with others. You send it, you transmit it to others, and the other person then decodes it. वो उसको decode करता है, उन words को अपने meaning से हिसाब से सोचता है कि क्या कहा इसने, क्या लिखा इसने, इसकी जो ये वाली body की language थी, इसका क्या meaning है. He tries to decode that. मैं किसी को कहता हूँ कि इशारा कर रहा है, मैंने encode करा, मैंने उसको बुलाना चाहता था. Instead of calling him by using a oral message or a written message, I encode it in this form. Now the other person has decoded कि वो मेरे को बुला रहा है. It can be verbal, it can be a non-verbal, coding and decoding. And then he or she will use or take some action on that message. Either he will store it for the future use or immediate he will start using. Your communication is not complete up to only at this stage, unless and until you get a feedback whether he or she has understood you or no. That feedback has to come back to you, and then the process goes on. If you feel that there are certain perceptual gaps, you like to reinforce or rephrase the same expressions and then say it again, the same process. Now in this process you will find the sender and the receiver, they exchange places. Sender has sent the message, receiver gives the feedback. When he or she is giving feedback, then you become the receiver and the receiver become the sender. So dynamic process with a change of positions often happening very often. So, and it may not happen all the time in the same fashion. For example, if I am talking to you, all of you, you are all listening to me. No? You are all listening to me. And I am getting feedback by your body language. You are taking notes. You are nodding your heads. Your eye movement. Your everything is conveying back to me the feedback, how I am going about. And in between, I have put a word here, noise or barrier. There can be certain barriers, there can be some noise. What barriers we call it? Noise, which may retard or which may bring to stop the process of communication. There are, between sender and the receiver, there can be certain barriers. And let me here itself classify those barriers. There can be three kinds of barriers. Number one kind of barriers can be physical barriers. For example, some of the centers are not able to listen to us properly. They are not able to see the slides properly. Or I am not able to hear them properly physically. They are physical barriers. There may be certain distraction here, some kind of sounds which are trying to distract your attention. Those can be physical barriers. I may be speaking too loud, I may be speaking too low. I may be speaking at a very high pitch or maybe very low pitch, very high speed or maybe low speed. There can be some barriers. So these are the barriers, physical barriers. Now is one category. There can be a number of them. And then there are other kind of barriers which are known as physiological barriers. Physiological barriers are those barriers which are related to your physique. You have all the good intention to listen to me and understand, but somehow you have a headache. Your attention is towards that headache. आपके पेट में दर्द है, आपकी टांग में प्रॉब्लम है. Anything happening to your physical self becomes a barrier in the communication. If the moment I know that my students is not well and all, I tell them, okay, you can take a leave and you can, maybe we will discuss it tomorrow, or maybe you can listen to it on my recording, or I can pass on the information to you later on, or you may talk to other students. But then if he is sitting there or she's sitting there and physically not well, that becomes a barrier. These kind of barriers are known as physiological barriers. And it may happen with the audience, may happen with the speaker also. I have a bad throat. I'm not able to say certain things. I'm having cold. I am having some problem, which can become a barrier in my communication also. The third kind of barrier, which is the biggest barrier than the physical and physiological barrier, is known as psychological barrier. Psychological. It's very dangerous. Very, very dangerous kind of barrier is psychological barrier. आप physically ठीक हैं, सुन रहे हैं, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, but you have come with a set notion that professor साहब को क्या आता है? He's a civil engineer, communication skill को हमें क्या पढ़ाएंगे ये? No? Bias, prejudice, other that kind of prejudice is known as psychological barrier. A person, let us say, if I have given you a tip on health, then you will start challenging, Professor साहब कौन से health doctor हैं? No? You will start challenging. Mentally, you will not accept, but the same thing said by the doctor, you will easily accept it. No, he is a doctor. He is a physician, so he has authority, he has the understanding. Maybe the same thing I am saying, you may not take me so seriously about a thing. All right. So those kind of barriers, the prejudices and other things can be categorized under the category of psychological barriers. And let me give you one example here. Just one example. You all have undergone that experiences in your life, and I still go. I live with my parents, and you might be having your siblings or your nephew, nieces, or your own children at home. Whenever they have to travel, okay, the mother will tell कि आपने अपनी टिकट डाल ली, आपने लंच किसी पराये आदमी के साथ बात नहीं करना, ये नहीं करना. There is a list of things, precautions she wants you to undertake. You listen to her very carefully. Second time again, she is going to repeat the same list. Third time, she is saying, but you are not listening. No, you say कि वो तो वही list है. So that becomes a psychological barrier. Psychological barrier between you and what other. Maybe third time, one of the things was not the same as the previous list. And when you go on that tour, you realize that, oh, mom was saying something on that. Or your wife was, or your husband was trying to say something on that, which I have not heard her. So that becomes a barrier, psychological barrier. Now, very quickly, let me go to one slide which is very, very important for all of us to understand the basics of. I'm just talking about the basics of communication right now, not on the listening skills. There are 10 C's. As I said, THINK. There are 10 C's. If you keep them in mind, you will hopefully go for effective communication. I will very quickly read off the list, not elaborate it further. Clear. In your communications, whatever contents you're having, let there be no ambiguity in that. Be very clear. If your message is very clear in your own mind, you will be able to convey to the others. Be very clear about the message, the contents of your communication. Then be concise. Direct, precise, saving time, brevity. Brevity is the soul of communication, we say. Don't beat about the bush too much. Then correct, specific, accurate. Check whether what I am saying is accurate or no, correct or no, specific to the situation. Then the fourth C stands for complete, self-contained. Half information, half truth is more dangerous than a complete lie. They say half truth is more dangerous than a complete lie. So dangerous it can be, half truth. Self-contained. When you're giving a piece of information to somebody, make sure that it is complete. Nothing is left to the imagination of the other person. And then the fifth one is courteous, cordial, polite. As I said, being kind, courteous. Be courteous in your communication. Then the sixth one is contextual, that is relevant. I am asking somebody, what day is today? He said it's raining today. No, this out of context. Many times we go out of the context. मैं कुछ और बात कर रहा हूँ, the other person is talking something else. So that is a bad communication. Then the seventh one is credibility, commitment, truthfulness, trustworthiness. These are the big words, my dear friends. I am not dwelling too much upon it. Trustworthiness is a very important aspect of communication. Once you lose the trust, you lose it forever. Whatever you may do, it's very difficult to rebuild the trust. And this is the essence of the whole communication. That is why in the beginning I covered those aspects of communication. Credibility. Once you lose the credibility, it is very difficult to build up the credibility again. The next one is considerate. The you attitude. I have written the word here, you with capitals. The you attitude. Put yourself into the footsteps of others.
So this is the function that we call for computation skills. And x equal to ax plus b, y equal to cx plus d. This is what.
I think the speakers were on for some time. A lot of talking is going on in some center. I think one person is sleeping already. Yeah, so anyway, let me go ahead. The ninth one is concrete, substantial, and reinforced confidence. You should be substantial. Be concrete. If you have something in you to say, only then you say. And the last one, the 10th C stands for coherent, consistent, cautious. If you are inconsistent in your communication, people will again disbelieve you. That aaj wo ye kehta hai, kal ko wo kehta hai. You keep on changing your stand, then people say that this person doesn't have any backbone, and you lose the trust. These C's are somehow interrelated to each other, but if you keep these 10 C's in your mind when you're communicating to others, whether you are a speaker or whether you are a listener, whether you are a reader or whether you are a writer, this comes handy to you in your communications. My dear friends, I like to now switch over to
number of split state, number of output, minus dynamic sense, number of minus time, speed, So
Acha, they are making a lot of noise. Eh? My dear friends, I will like to now switch over to the topic of listening skills, as the theme of this afternoon session was. I covered some important, significant aspects of communication. Mind you, about 60 to 70% of time in any organization is being spent on communication. If that goes wrong, everything in the organization goes wrong, whether it's a home or your office or your college. 60 to 70% of your time is being spent on communication. And that's what the importance of communication is all about. Why listening skills are important? It improves relationships. Listening is very important. Uh, in the listening, speaking, reading, and writing, listening is the most important thing. And somehow, in our Indian culture, we lack in these skills. We lack in these skills. We have a tendency to cut each other. We do not even listen to the other person completely. We will talk about that little later. Let me talk to you about the importance of listening skills. It improves the relationships. It improves our knowledge and understanding. Doesn't need any elaboration on this point. Prevents problems being escalating. यदि मैंने उसको सुन लिया होता तो मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं होती. यदि मैंने उसको सुन लिया होता तो ये काम मैं ठीक से कर पाता. तो मैनी प्रॉब्लम. यदि मैंने प्रोफेसर साहब को ठीक सुन लिया होता तो आज गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट होता अपने क्लास में. कोच को सुना होता तो आज ऐसा कर दिया होता. I have a small video I like to show you some other day. It prevents many problems being escalated. Then it saves time and energy. If you are a good listener, a lot of time and energy can be saved. The other person doesn't have to repeat again and again. Here, very important aspect of listening is noting. I will not be covering that aspect, though I have in my slides because of time. Note taking is an important aspect of listening. Note taking can be in two forms. Either you are taking mental notes or you are actually using pen and pad to take the notes. That makes your listening more effective. If you are good enough in registering those notes in your mind, good. If you are not too good in that, it's a good idea to take a note pad and a pencil and take a note. It saves a lot of your energy. And then it saves a lot of money and resources, of course, yes, and leads to better results. If you are a good listener, it can result in everything. Tomorrow only you will start finding, if you are good, develop a habit of being good listener, you will start finding your efficiency in doing anything in the life will increase. And my dear friends, a bit of spirituality tip on this. The whole process of meditation is nothing but to listen. Listen to yourself, listen to the still small voice in yourself, what he is trying to say to you. That's the importance of listening. Better results in the life. If you want to be successful in the meditation, your first prerequisite is being a good listener. And let me now differentiate between hearing and listening. Do you find any difference between hearing and listening? Yes. Let me now, some people are sleeping in the in the class. Difference between hearing, HEARING, hearing and listening. कोई difference है दोनों में? Let me go to one sentence, Monica ji. Okay. Can we go to ये कौन सा center है? उसी को करिए.
Yes, sir.
KCD उठाइए अपने neighbor को मैम.
Yes, sir.
You.
Hello.
Madam, on the right hand side, I asked a question, is there a difference between hearing?
Yes, sir. There is a difference between hearing and listening. Hello.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
Bharat Group of Colleges.
अच्छा आप सदुलगढ़ से है ना?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is the faces are Sudulgad. Okay, ma'am.
Yes. So there is a difference between hearing and listening. Hearing is just some listen the word, not carefully, but listening is the listen the word carefully.
Okay. Okay. Uh, okay. Can we go to some other mother center maybe? The one. Yeah. JCT Polytechnic Sirsa. Anybody like to see the difference between hearing and listening? Maybe you would like to elaborate the example. Maybe you can think of an example and say that I am listening or I am
Yes.
hearing, not listening.
Sir, I
Yes.
can give the
Very good afternoon,
example.
sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
The difference between hearing and listening, hearing just to the words are coming to our ear and we are just the hearing words are penetrating our ears. And listening means where we are paying attention and attending the word or trying to understand the concept.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for your inputs.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. At YMC आपका कैमरे का एंगल पता नहीं किस तरफ है? I am not able to see anybody in the classroom at YMCA. कैमरे को ठीक करेंगे please. Kindly put your camera towards the audience. Yes.
हेलो
हेलो YMCA में डॉक्टर वासुदेव जी मल्होत्रा जी हैं कौन हैं?
हाँ हाँ ओके आई एम स्पीकिंग फ्रॉम IMCA.
The difference between hearing and listening.
In listening we also use body language person.
Okay.
But in listening we listen what the other says.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Now let me come back to the slide again. Hearing is to perceive sound by the ear. जब आपके पास कोई भी साउंड आपके कान के पास आ रही है, you are hearing it. Listening is to concentrate on hearing something. जो आपके कान में आवाज आ रही है उसके ऊपर कंसंट्रेट करते हैं आप. Read or pay attention to that sound is the process of listening. See the कितनी beautiful definition दी है audience ने. When you are concentrating on the sound which is coming to your ear, that is a process of the hearing is with the physical senses, listening is with the mind. Mind then it is called as listening. My dear friends, this is a very important slide now here. Only there are 4 types of listening. Appreciative, when you are listening somebody, listening for pleasure or enjoyment, music, movies, comedies, plays, you are appreciating the other person. And let me tell you right here itself, there is no clear-cut demarcation, line of demarcation between the 4. Okay? It can be empathetic listening, listening to provide emotional support to the speaker. Doctor listen to a patient, for example, you listen to a friend's situation, you try to empathize with other person. This is another type of listening. Then the third type of listening is comprehensive listening, listening to understand the speaker's message. Direction to a friend's house in a classroom or a seminar, normally we are doing in the classroom situation is a comprehensive listening. When we are comprehending, we are also appreciating, of course, also. But then our large part is comprehension. Then the 4th type of listening is critical listening. Listening to evaluate a message. When we are trying to evaluate the speaker, the message, what is being said, we're trying to evaluate it. For example, a peer's research paper, when you are, let us say, presenting your thesis or a paper, you are trying to defend it, because the evaluator is trying to evaluate what work you have done. We say defending a thesis, defending a presentation. So this kind of listening is known as critical listening. So you can broadly classify the listening into these 4 categories. And types of listening, I will be covering this aspect from a different angle, this slide. Now, what types of listener you are? Try to identify yourself among this list. Number 1 is, many of us fall under the category of pseudo listeners. In the classroom, many times you will find many students are, जो मैंने भी आपको बताई थी situation, mother and son की, when you are traveling out, or wife and husband, when husband is traveling out, wife के पास list है, तो you are just nodding, सुन रहा हूँ मैं. फिर जब मार्केट से वापस आते हो तो भाई पूछती है आप वो लेके आए थे सामान जी. So pseudo listeners. The second type of listeners can be monopolistic listeners. Always want to be listened, but not want to listen to others. They want to monopolize. They want the others should listen to me, but I should not listen to the others. This can be another category of people. The third kind of listeners can be completers. Fill in missed gap with manufactured information. These are very dangerous kind of listeners again. आपने बात कर रहे हैं आप, you want to say a sentence, आपने अभी आधी बात करी, you have paused to think the rest of the sentence, but the completer, the listener, has found that gap and fulfilled that gap and completed your sentence. Okay, so this is a kind of a listener, and in India this is again very popular. Then there are selective listeners. Zero only on the part that they are interested in, and they go to the extent of even bunking the classes. जब हम कहते हैं class bunk कर देते हैं बच्चे, they come in the category of select. इस teacher की बात नहीं सुनेंगे, इस topic को नहीं हमने सुनना. We will have a samosa and cup of tea in the canteen. They become the selective listeners. The topic में से अब बोर होना शुरू हो गए, छोड़ दिया बीच पे. Then there can be the listeners who are avoiders. Close their ears to information they would rather not deal with. Very tough, or very embarrassing, or very sensitive to a particular piece of information. They like to avoid those things. So avoid it. Then there are other type of listeners which are defensive. They always feel that they are being attacked. They are always in a defensive mode. आपने कोई बात कही, they will take it personally on them. Then these kind of listeners are defensive. Try to understand. I mean, and at any given time, we may be playing the role of fraudulent, monopolist, completers, selective, avoider, or defensive. At any given time, we keep shifting. But then, if some of these things are characterized by your listening, then there is a dangerous situation. We need to improve upon that. Try to analyze, have a little bit of introspection about yourself, whether I am a completer, am I a selective listener, am I a defensive listener, am I a critic? We'll come to that one also. Attackers. Defensive के बाद कौन से listener आते हैं? Attacker. They wait for you to make a mistake. आपने थोड़ी सी mistake करी नहीं, they are trying to attack to you back. So my dear friends, these are the type of listeners which we come across in our lives, in our students. We ourselves fall in some of these categories, but if some of these characteristics are there in our listening, then that needs our correction. That needs our attention and correction. That becomes a barrier in communication. Then there are certain falsities which we entertain in our mind about the listening. We have a feeling that listening is not my problem. Listening and hearing are the same. We feel that Good readers are good listeners, may or may not be. Smarter people are better listeners, they may or may not be. We entertain certain false conceptions about the listening. We must come out of those. Then listening improve with age. अभी तो मेरी एज है बोलने की. जब हम दादाजी बन जाएंगे, then I will improve. No, it will never happen. Learning not to listen, thinking about what we are going to say rather than listening to the speaker. All these things come. Why I'm sharing this kind of slides with you is so that we become better and better listening. Then listening skills are difficult to learn. Many of us feel that listening is difficult process. क्या हो गया? Yeah, we were here, है ना? Listening skill is a difficult to learn, but we can all be good listeners. It requires a little bit of practice and a lot of patience. We require a lot of patience, and I understand my listeners are now reflecting that patience in their listening skills. Then there are barriers I told you already. Let me just talk to you a little bit and show this slide. Environmental barriers, physical barriers, psychological barriers, and physiological barriers. I have covered these concepts already, so I am not repeating it again here. How to be an effective listener? What do you think about listening? First of all, think. What are your concepts about listening skills? Think about that. Understand the complexities of listening. Listening is not an easy or a simple process, it is a complex process. Your whole mind and soul is involved into that. Understand the concept, the complexities of the listening. Prepare to listen. Adjust to the situation. Focus on the idea or key point. Capitalize on the speed differential. What do you mean by speed differential? Yes? Anyone? Anyone in the centers? I have mentioned here, think about listening, and in that I am talking about capitalize on speed differential. What do you mean by speed differential? Anybody in the audience would like to say in the listening skills, or in the studio here, the classroom here, live audience? What comes to your mind when I'm talking about capitalize on your speed differential? What is this speed differential is about? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Hello, sir.
अच्छा, भारत ग्रुप से है, okay.
Yes, sir. The rate of fluency.
Yes.
The rate of fluency.
The rate of
फ्लुएंसी की स्पीड से हम बात करते हैं. The rate of fluency of
okay.
words. The rate of fluency of words.
Okay. So what is the speed differential in that?
The difference in the rates of fluency of words. Words में हम कितना gap देते हैं, किस rate से हम बात कर रहे हैं.
You are very close to that, ma'am. You are very close to that. But little more elaboration is required, maybe, of this.
Hello.
Little more elaboration.
Sir, speed differential means the rate of speech means if I am able to understand 50 words in a minute and the person who is giving the message in a speed of 100 words in a minute.
Okay, okay. I think you have said very rightly. When we talk about the speed differential, research has shown that on an average, person can deliver about 150 words per minute. I am now speaking, let us say, I'm rendering about 150 words per minute. It can be 125, it can be 170, 75, on an average 150. And the research has also found out that our mind can understand, comprehend about 350 to 400 words per minute. About to 400 words के मिनट है और कर सकता है, लेकिन उस माइंड के पास वर्ड कितने पहुंच रहे हैं 150. तो डिफरेंस कितना है, अबाउट 200 250 वर्ड्स का डिफरेंस है. So as a listener, your mind is much faster than the person who's speaking in front of you. If you are aware about this differential, the speed differential, you will be doing something. You will be able to capitalize on your mind and understand and still maintain your attention to what the other person is saying. Otherwise, your mind will go somewhere else. Because mind के पास तो उतनी capacity, ज़्यादा capacity है, आपके पास supply कम आ रही है. So your mind can go somewhere else. That is why it is always said that, you know, on average, about 19 seconds is the time you can retain the attention of a listener. In our classrooms, when we are speaking continuously, know that very well, that after 19 minutes, your mind will start working on something else. So you have to attain attention, and you have to grab the attention, attain attention, and then retain the attention. We'll be talking about that maybe a little later, maybe in my subsequent sessions, but capitalize on the speed differential. Think about it. And then organize material for talking about the note taking in that. After thinking what you feel about listening, the second important aspect of listening is what you feel about listening. You want to listen. Until when you are listening to somebody, delay, reserve it, not immediately jump to conclusion and be judgmental about the person. And biases. I am aware about my bias to somebody, then I am better. Then don't tune out dry subject. आप पहले ट्यूनिंग कर लेते हैं कि ये सब्जेक्ट ड्राई है, ये सब्जेक्ट कैसा है, सीनियर से, अपने पीयर से, अपने फ्रेंड से, यू नो ये टॉपिक है, ये टॉपिक पे ड्राई सब्जेक्ट है. नो वी हैव यू नो रिमोट कंट्रोल इन आवर टीवी रूम्स. जो आपके ड्राइंग रूम में या किसी रूम में आपके टीवी रखा हुआ है, you have the remote control. You know, very often you will find that you keep on changing the channels. What you are trying to do is you are trying to tune out dry channels which doesn't entertain you, which doesn't interest you. Similarly, we have a remote control in our mind. We keep on tuning out. We keep on you know the speakers which we feel are dry. This is another problem. Accept responsibility for understanding. The onus for understanding does not lie only with the teacher, but also lies with the students also. The onus of having right kind of communication is not with the speaker only, but also with the listener also. Then encourage others to talk. Do not monopolize, but try to encourage others also. Give chance to others to talk. You know, these kind of things become very handy in your GD, in many other things also, when we'll be coming to the subsequent communication skill lectures. Then the third most important aspect, after thinking, after feeling, you start doing actual action of listening. What do you do about listening? Number one, establish eye contact with the speaker. Number two, take notes effectively, maybe mental or physical notes. Be a physically involved listener. Be a physically involved listener. अब physically भी उसका involved है. Okay, your whole body language will convey the other person that what kind of listener you are. Avoid negative mannerism. Here I like to pause and emphasize upon one thing. What can be the negative mannerism in listening? Yes. नेगेटिव एक्सप्रेशन, आई एम सेइंग समथिंग, आप पहले ही कुछ मुंह फेस बना रहे हैं, आपकी आईज, आपका फेस, यस, gestures also. What other can be there? What other negative manners can be in listening? Okay. Going, coming out of and coming out. Can we go to someone center? Okay, can we go to Sanskrit group of institutions at Mathura? Ma'am, at Sanskrit group of, can we listening? Avoid negative mannerism, listening skills. Madam Purnima has given us some important things. Not to have no list. What can be the bad manners? Mathura में आप kindly one of you can come to the top.
Sir, Bharat Group of Colleges.
Bharat Group of Colleges.
Yes, sir. Negative mannerism is that to share the negative expressions or negative expressions or gestures when somebody is speaking.
Okay, this is very important. Dr. Purnima also talked about that. Well, friends, let me go back to the slides again. One of the most important aspect of negative mannerism is, and let me caution you for that also, it is very important in communication and especially so in the listening skills, is cutting each other. When somebody is saying something, you cut. अभी उसने अपना सेंटेंस पूरा नहीं करा और आपने बीच में कट करके कुछ कहना शुरू कर दिया. And that happens very often, especially in our Indian culture. It is taken a very casual thing कि मैंने किसी को कट कर दिया, it's okay. But my dear friends, in the Europe, in whole of the America, it is taken as one of the biggest offense. It is taken as big a offense as you have killed somebody. जैसे आपने किसी की जान ले ली हो, ऐसे समझते हैं लोग. If you cut somebody, people second time will not like to talk to you even. They know that you are of the habit of cutting each other. They won't even come near to you. It is taken as that big a offense. So the golden rule in listening is, and also the mannerism is, that let the other person say a sentence. Let him or her complete. Especially so in the telephonic conversation. When you are listening to somebody on the telephone, we do not listen completely. बीच में कट करके अपनी बात शुरू कर लेते हैं. And that also reminds me of a scenario which happens in every drawing room when you are having guests. When you greet each other, somebody is speaking, everybody is listening. Then somebody is speaking, somebody is listening. After 5 minutes, only the drawing room becomes a fish market. Nobody is listening to anybody. You after some time, after 10 minutes, you try to find out whom should I speak to. मेरी बात कोई सुन ही नहीं रहा. मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, आप ऑलरेडी किसी और से एंगेज्ड हैं, बात कर रहे हैं, वो किसी और से एंगेज्ड बात कर रहे हैं. It becomes like a fish market. Doesn't it happen very often in our drawing rooms? Doesn't happen very often in the Parliament of Indian Lok Sabhas? वहां पर तो जूत पटांगना शुरू हो जाती है. Nobody is listening. एक बंदा खड़ा होकर एक member of parliament is saying something, उसको बीच में कट कर रहे हैं. And it happens on the आज तक या whatever the channels on the TV also, discussions. So how do you feel when you see those kind of scenarios? And when you yourself indulge into cutting each other, that becomes a very bad listening. It's very bad manners. Avoid that. This is one thing you can do about it. Exercise your listening muscles. Exercise your listening muscles. Very important again. Follow the golden rule. Do not cut. This is the golden rule. Okay, I will skip some of the slides and straightway come to a very important aspect, because I want to give you the exercise also that will wake you up a little bit. I'm skipping the some of the slides of note taking. These are especially useful for the classroom communication. Yeah, I would like to now, like we have discussed the 10 C's in effective communication, there are 10 commandments of listening skills. Just remember these 10 commandments. Very simple, and you will find yourself to be better listener. And listening, my dear friends, is so important. If I ask you to close your eyes and to find out the people whom you love most, very often than not, we have done this kind of exercises. We find that we love those people who listen to us. And so important. And K. Davis has given us these 10 commandments. The first commandment says, when somebody is talking, stop. You stop talking when somebody is talking. Again, coming back to do not cut. Stop talking is one. And many times we don't talk, we don't utter word, but I'm talking mentally. इसकी बारी खत्म होने दो, फिर मैं ये बोल लूंगा. You know, that is also talking is going on within I, me, and myself. So that talking has to be stopped also to be a good listener. One is when somebody is talking, I do not say words. Another thing is the talking which is going on in my mind, I, me, and myself. That talking is very difficult to hold on to. First commandment says stop talking. The second one is put the talker at ease. Let the other person who is saying something, put him at ease. Listen to him very patiently. Here, my dear friends, I like to again share an experience with you. Very important, very, very important. From my own personal life, I can share with that experience with you. In communication, especially in the oral communication, many times we come across people who have a habit of, what do you call as, stammering. Their habit of stammering. Stammering, my dear friends, is not a disease. It is a habit. Stammering is not a disease. It is a habit. And we have all stammered at a particular age. The only problem is most of us are able to come out of that age and stop stammering, and some people in the society, we still find them stammering. They are not able to come out of that. Let me narrate to you a personal experience on this. When my son was born, he started speaking at the age of about 1.5 years. And when he was about 2.5 or 3 years old, he used to stammer. When he was 4, we put him into pre-nursery. He was stammering a bit. Me and my wife, we are both in the teaching community and teachers by profession. We were concerned that what will happen to this boy when he will grow up. He is going to grow up with some kind of a complex in his mind that he is stammering. It's not a very good thing. We were so concerned. I refer to the PGI, which is one of the premier hospitals in this part of the country, in Sector 12 in Chandigarh. We consulted that pediatrician there and asked him that what is the problem with this child? He is stammering. He said the problem is not with the child, the problem is with you. I was taken aback, and my wife was also taken aback, that how come? The problem, he is stammering, not I am stammering. Neither my wife is stammering, nor I am stammering. How this child is stammering, how the problem is with me? He said that every one of us stammered, which I just now shared with you. You are not putting him at ease when he's saying something. He's trying to utter more words in a given time, so that he can complete his talk, his sentences, because he is not feeling easy to talk to you. Just pay attention to what he's saying very patiently, put him at ease, and you will find that he's not stammering anymore. And we did exactly that. Within, I think, fortnight or 1 month, we were better listeners, and he left the habit of stammering. Isn't it so? I'm not saying something which is the experience of others. I'm sharing the experience of with my own child here. Seen many people who stammer, and when I talk to them, go back to their childhood days, they have in their environment, maybe their parents, maybe the friends and other people, you will find yourself again when you are in the heat of arguments with somebody, you again stammer. You may be a very good speaker. अभी मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ. I start increasing my speed and my volume, and we are in an argument. You will find you are falling short of words. You are stammering. No? Because I am not allowing you to complete. I am not allowing you to speak your words. So that is the importance of listening here. The second commandment is very important. Put the talker at ease. Otherwise, he or she will be stammering. He will not be able to say what he wants to say. He is not able to find the words, right kind of phrases to utter what he wants to say. Show him that you want to listen. Not only put him at ease, show that you want to listen. By your eye contact, by your body language, it will be conveyed to the person whether you are a willing listener or you are an unwilling listener. The fourth command says, remove all distractions. If there are any distractions around, a friend visits my office, I am busy on my laptop preparing some kind of report or a PowerPoints. I say, I am doing a routine job. You say, I am listening to you. It will never happen like this. You must show him and remove the distraction. You say, give me 2 minutes. Let me complete the work in my hand, then I come and listen to you. And this is one type of a distraction. There can be so many other distractions which may be there, which can distract the listener. They can also become the barrier. So remove all distractions when you want to listen to anybody. For example, mobile phones is a big distraction nowadays. At home, my dad is saying something and I am on my. मैं सुन रहा हूँ सर आपकी बात. Dad, you keep on shooting. No, he knows that I am not listening because this is a distraction. आप टीवी देख रहे हैं. Your mother is calling you or your wife is calling you saying something, that becomes a distraction. Anything, you cannot have your mind and soul at two places at a given time. So those distractions have to be removed if you want to be a good listener. Then empathize with him or her. Be with him or her. Understand his or her feelings about what he or she is trying to say. Unless you don't empathize, you cannot be again a good listener. Be patient. Hold your judgments. Hold your criticisms. Hold your anger. Hold your all reactions. Keep on reflecting back, being patient. Hold your temper. गुस्सा आ रहा है आपको. Hold your temper. You will have your chance to say. Hold your temper when another person is saying something. 90% of the things will boil down when you just hold your temper. Go easy on argument and criticism. Go easy on argument and criticism. Asking questions is another thing which you can practice. The 9th commandment says, ask questions. This will give the feedback to the other person whether you were listening or not. Okay. And if there's some doubts are there in your mind, you can be better listener if you are a good better listener if you are asking questions in between. Ask questions. The last one is the same as the first one. Stop. Do not cut. Do not cut. So, my dear friends, these are the 10 commandments in listening. We can all, not you, we can all be better listeners if we follow these commandments. We have 10 commandments of Moses in the chapter of in the Old Testament. 10 commandments given by somebody here. Thank you, my dear friends. I like to close my session here. As far as the inputs are concerned, I have only talked about the main things about listening. I have skipped some of the slides because of time. I like to spend last 20 minutes on an exercise. But before I come to the exercise, I like to ask questions from you. Anything in your mind about listening skills or process of communication, significance of communication? Anything comes to your mind, ask me now. Together we'll try to find the answers. I may not have answers to all the questions. Any questions from any center?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I am from YMCA University.
Yes, sir.
In TV debate, people start shouting they would properly.
आपकी आवाज क्लियर नहीं है, दोबारा से बोलेंगे प्लीज.
In TV debate, the people start. Hello.
Yes, yes.
In TV debate,
yes.
people don't listen properly to each other.
Yes.
So they start shouting on each other.
Yes.
So I will say what improvement can be done in it. I am looking for the last 3 to 4 months. It happens regularly.
Yes, sir. I think my lecture is available on the YouTube, and there are many more good lectures available on the YouTube on listening skills. Those people need to practice and listen to those lectures on YouTube on listening skills, and then they can be better debaters. Even in the most heated debates, let there be no arguments. And this has to be understood by those people. Those people have to understand it very well. Unless and until they will not understand it very well, this will keep on happening. And again, against the very ethics of mannerism, basic mannerism. I hope I am able to answer your question, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Somebody else having any question? Anybody else has a question?
Hello, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
Sir, Bharat Group of Colleges here.
Ji.
Sir, you said types of listeners, and in there is monoplistic listeners.
Yes.
And this is not clear. Please repeat it. Monoplistic listeners.
हाँ, monopolistic में क्या समझना आपको?
Sir, who are the monopolistic listeners? The terms is not clear.
Okay. Monopolistic listeners are one who doesn't want to listen. They have a feeling in themselves that जितना वो ज़्यादा बोलेंगे, they will be more impressive. They are always trying. They have a feeling, maybe a wrong notion, I would say, it's a wrong feeling. They have a feeling कि यदि मैंने किसी और को बोलने का मौका दे दिया, so he is ruling the group or that particular situation. They try to monopolize. They feel that they are the harfanmore. They know everything about the topic, and nobody else knows anything about the topic. They are the monopolistic listeners. They do not allow others to speak.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Okay, friends, if there are no questions, now listen to me very carefully. Now I will be playing one audio here. Listen to it very carefully. Listen to this audio very carefully. This is a very famous speech given by Steve Jobs. This is a commencement speech given at the Harvard. This speech is a very famous speech. Some of you might have heard it already. But then today we will listen to this speech very carefully. and I will request each participant in the studio here also, and also at the nodal center, to give me 3 main points into your mind. Yeah, you will give me 3 main points which has impressed you, which has touched you in this speech. Okay, I want to see that how good listener you are. How good listener you are. As you listen very carefully, you may have more than 3 points, but I am asking for main 3 points which comes to your mind. 3 main points come to your mind, and I will request the coordinators to kindly compile the points coming at your center and email me. जो आपके माइंड, आपके सेंटर के ऊपर जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स के माइंड में पॉइंट आएंगे, आप उसको आप लिस्ट बना लीजिए पॉइंट्स की एंड ईमेल मी, एंड माय फ्रेंड्स इन द स्टूडियो हियर दे कैन हैंड ओवर द पेपर्स टू मी. Minimum 3 points in this. Okay. To Madam Monica, who is helping us in the ETV department here in this program. My dear friends, I have the original speech by Steve Jobs also, but this speech has been given by Dr. Chanchal Narang. She is a professor in communication skills in the law department of Punjab University, so that you can understand it better, because the accent, American accent, will be very difficult for many of the listeners in the various centers. So we have transcript it on the paper, and Madam Chanchal Narang has done in a very nice way. Listen to this speech now. I think the volume is all right with the centers. This volume, audio level is all right.
The center can reply.
Any center can reply if this volume is all right with you.
Yes, sir.
At YMCA आपको आवाज आ रही है जो हमने अभी प्ले करी थी ऑडियो?
आ रही है सर?
नहीं आ रही सर.
नहीं आई.
No, sir.
फरीदाबाद.
नहीं आ रही सर. वीडियो तो वैसे चला जा रहा है.
सिमल्टेनियस चल रहा है. आगे चलिए. चेक इट आउट. ये ना हो कि हम पूरी स्पीच ना दें, उनको आवाज ही ना जा रही है.
साउंड इज नॉट क्लियर.
हेलो सर. हेलो.
हाँ, वाईएम से आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है? ये वाली
आवाज नहीं आ रही सर.
अभी चलाई थी हमने थोड़ी देर पहले. आपको आवाज आ रही थी?
नहीं आ रही सर.
सर आपकी आवाज आ रही, वीडियो की आवाज नहीं थी.
ऑडियो की आवाज नहीं आई आपको?
नहीं सर.
We will play it again. We will play it again and then check it. It is an audio. It is not a video. It is an audio only.
नहीं आ रही भाई.
अभी आपको आवाज आ रही है?
एक्सक्यूज मी सर.
आपको सेंटर में आवाज आ रही है इसकी?
सर नहीं आ रही आवाज. ऑडियो इज नॉट ऑडिबल.
Sir, this is from JCT Engineering College. We are not getting you.
मैं थोड़ी देर प्ले कर रहा था, ऑडियो को नहीं आई आवाज.
नहीं सर.
ऑडियो प्ले करने वाले 3 जो इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट्स हो हमें लगते हैं अकॉर्डिंग टू अस, वो इनको बना. ऑडियो की आवाजें नहीं आ रही। ये सारी सेशन की बातें इसी आते हैं, कुछ लोग बीच में आते हैं, कुछ एंड में आते हैं। तो दिस वाज द एक्टिविटी फॉर दिस सेशन।
This is very beautiful speech. सुनिए पहले से, बहुत ही beautiful. The whole novel of Three Idiots is based on this. My Chetan Bhagat का जो novel है ना, it's based on this. I have about maybe 50-60 famous speakers. Very remarkable speakers. Barack Obama की इसमें बस बस he will play one of them. Very good. One of these speeches I will play in this. Is one of the famous ones. This speech, yes, we will play here. This is about 50-20 minutes. I we have played this video, this audio. Are you able to hear us at the centers? At JCD, आपको आवाज आई थी इसकी? Were you able to listen to it?
No, sir.
We are transmitting audio from here and trying to best. तो ऑडियो बिल्कुल सुनाई नहीं दी यहाँ से?
No, sir, we were not able to listen to you.
आपके स्पीकर्स ऑन है सभी?
Yes, sir.
आपकी आवाज आ रही है सर, ऑडियो नहीं आ रही बस।
वीडियो तो जाती है हमारी, ऑडियो तो जानी चाहिए।
Sir, we are not able to listen to the video.
We are not able to hear anything, sir.
Okay, can you hear that? I will play this one.
Main coordinator coordinating this whole session.
मेरे पास एक और audio, let me play one more video now this time. This video is a very small speech given by Shah Rukh Khan in the movie Chak De India. वो 70 मिनट करके इसका टाइटल है. Again, in this speech also is very crisp and a small speech which Shah Rukh Khan gives in this movie Chak De India to the team when they were about to play the finals in the World Cup. So you can listen to this speech, a small speech, and draw 3 main points from this speech. मिनट की लाग है उसमें दो 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 हैं चक दे इंडिया वाली. ठीक है, सिंगल फोटो निकालिए. ये है 70 मिनट, ये वाली. हाँ, वो लग है.
नहीं आ रही. जिसने मूवी देखी बता दो उसने क्या बोला था.
ये तो है ही 2 मिनट.
हट तो गया ये.
Excuse me, sir.
हेलो. सर आवाज तो नहीं आ रही है. हेलो हेलो
हेलो
हेलो सर. मैं
हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो सर.
हेलो.
मैम अब आपको आ रही थी ये वीडियो, आपको सुनाई दे रही थी?
सर साउंड नहीं आई.
We are not able to hear, sir.
Not able to listen.
KCD Polytechnic, Sirsa, sir.
Okay. We are trying to sort out the matter here.
सर आवाज नहीं आई सर.
Presence of things, yeah,
और भी जगह लिखा है, बता दिए. अब उनकी बात की आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
स्पीकर पता है कहाँ पे, इसके पीछे या ये जो साउंड लगे हुए ना स्पीकर से वाले, ये स्पीकर की नहीं है. आई थिंक these are the speakers. Well, friends, we are finding some difficulty in the audio here. We are trying our best. Just wait for another 5 minutes, maybe. I will give you the whole of the instruction material, but not may not be on the PPT format, but in the lecture format. All the lectures which we are delivering here, and some other material also, I will share with you. We will give you CDs in that, and बाकी लोगों को मैं सॉफ्ट कॉपी भेज दूँगा. मैडम आएंगी दोबारा. तो बोले अच्छा बहुत ही राइटिंग वाला थी. She is very good in writing skills as well as resume writing also. ये भी एक बैरियर बन गया ना. We were talking about the barriers in communication. Tomorrow at 9:30. Do you have these topics in your college also? Oh, okay. So you will now use the mic and. अब इसकी ऑडियो कितनी पड़ेगी कौन सी ना तो इससे देखिए ऑडियो आउट. I'll be late.
सिर्फ एक बार अनाउंस कर दूं मैं माइक ऑफ कर रही हूं.
We are switching off your mics.
मींस ये कर रहे हैं.
Okay, video नहीं अब तो हम आगे play कर सकते. We are going to now play the audio again. Just check it out whether you are able to listen to it or not.
हेलो ठीक है.
इसके लिए इनबिल्ट वाला माइक्रोफोन यूज करेंगे.
दोनों चीजें इसी की यूज करें ज्यादा साउंड.
Now, listen to the speech by Steve Jobs, CEO of Apple Computer and of Pixar Animation Studio on June 12, 2005. Text of the commencement address at Stanford delivered by Steve Jobs, CEO of Apple Computer and of Pixar Animation Studios on June 12, 2005.
I am honored to be with you today at your commencement from one of the finest universities in the world. I never graduated from college. Truth be told, this is the closest I have ever gotten to a college graduation. Today, I want to tell you 3 stories from my life. That's it. No big deal. Just 3 stories. The first story is about connecting the dots. I dropped out of Reed College after the first 6 months, but then stayed around as a drop-in for another 18 months or so before I really quit. So why did I drop out? It started before I was born. My biological mother was a young, unwed college graduate student, and she decided to put me up for adoption. She felt very strongly that I should be adopted by college graduates. So everything was all set for me to be adopted at birth by a lawyer and his wife. Except that when I popped out, they decided at the last minute that they really wanted a girl. So my parents, who were on a waiting list, got a call in the middle of the night asking, "We have an unexpected baby boy. Do you want him?" They said. Of course, my biological mother later found out that my mother had never graduated from college and that my father had never graduated from high school. She refused to sign the final adoption papers. She only relented a few months later when my parents promised that I would someday go to college. And 17 years later, I did go to college. But I naively chose a college that was almost as expensive as Stanford. And all of my working class parents' savings were being spent on my college tuition. After 6 months, I couldn't see the value in it. I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life, and no idea how college was going to help me figure it out. And here I was spending all of the money my parents had saved their entire life. It was pretty scary at the time, but looking back, it was one of the best decisions I ever made. The minute I dropped out, I could stop taking the required classes that didn't interest me and begin dropping in on the ones that looked interesting. It wasn't all romantic. I didn't have a dorm room, so I slept on the floor in the friends' rooms. I returned Coke bottles for the 5 cents deposits to buy food with, and I would walk the 7 miles across town every Sunday night to get one good meal a week at the Hare Krishna temple. I loved it, and much of what I stumbled into by following my curiosity and intuition turned out to be the priceless later on. Let me give you one example. Reed College at that time offered perhaps the best calligraphy instruction in the country. Throughout the campus, every poster, every label on every drawer was beautifully hand calligraphed. Because I had dropped out and didn't have to take the normal classes, I decided to take a calligraphy class to learn how to do this. I learned about serif and sans serif typefaces, about varying the amount of space between different letter combinations, about what makes great typography great. It was beautiful, historical, artistically subtle in a way that science can't capture, and I found it fascinating. None of this had even a hope of any practical application in my life. But 10 years later, when we were designing the first Macintosh computer, it all came back to me, and we designed it all into the Mac. It was the first computer with beautiful typography. If I had never dropped in on that single course in college, the Mac would have never had multiple typefaces or proportionally spaced fonts. And since Windows just copied the Mac, it's likely that no personal computer would have them. If I had never dropped out, I would have never dropped in on this calligraphy class, and personal computers might not have the wonderful typography that they do. Of course, it was impossible to connect the dots looking forward when I was in college. But it was very, very clearly looking backwards 10 years later. Again, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny. I was lucky. I found what I love to do early in life. And I started Apple in my parents' garage when I was 20. We worked hard, and in 10 years, Apple had grown from just the two of us in a garage into a $2 billion company with over 4,000 employees. We had just released our finest creation, the Macintosh, a year earlier, and I had just turned 30. And then I got fired. How can you get fired from a company you started? Well, as Apple grew, we hired someone who I thought was very talented to run the company with me. And for the first year or so, things went well. But then our visions of the future began to diverge. And eventually we had a falling out. When we did, our board of directors sided with him. So at 30, I was out. And very publicly out. What had been the focus of my entire adult life was gone, and it was devastating. I really didn't know what to do for a few months. I felt that I had let the previous generation of entrepreneurs down, that I had dropped the baton as it was being passed to me. I met with David Packard and Bob Noyce and tried to apologize for screwing up so badly. I was a very public failure, and I even thought about running away from the valley. But something slowly began to dawn on me. I still loved what I did. The turn of events at Apple had not changed that one bit. I had been rejected, but I was still in love, and so I decided to start over. I didn't see it then, but it turned out that getting fired from Apple was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. The heaviness of being successful was replaced by the lightness of being a beginner again, less sure about everything. It freed me to enter one of the most creative periods of my life. During the next 5 years, I started a company named Next, another company named Pixar, and fell in love with an amazing woman who would become my wife. Pixar went on to create the world's first computer animated feature film, Toy Story, and is now the most successful animation studio in the world. In a remarkable turn of events, Apple bought Next. I returned to Apple, and the technology we developed at Next is at the heart of Apple's current renaissance. And Laureen and I have a wonderful family together. I'm pretty sure none of this world would have happened if I hadn't been fired from Apple. It was awful tasting medicine, but I guess the patient needed it. Sometimes life hits you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith. I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did. You've got to find what you love, and that is as true for your work as it is for your lovers. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking. Don't settle, as with all matters of heart, you will know when you find it. And, like any great relationship, it just gets better and better as the years roll on. So keep looking until you find it. Don't settle. And now I move on to the third story. It's about death. When I was 17, I read a quote that went something like, "If you live each day as if it was your last, Someday you will most certainly be right. This quote made an impression on me, and since then, for the past 33 years, I have looked in the mirror every morning and asked myself, if today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I am about to do today? And whenever the answer has been no, for too many days in a row, I know I need to change something. Remembering that I will be dead soon is the most important tool I've ever encountered to help me make the big choices in life. Because almost everything, all external expectations, all pride, all fear of embarrassment or failure, these things just fall away in the face of death, leaving only what is truly important. Remembering that you're going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You're already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart. About a year ago, I was diagnosed with cancer. I had a scan at 7:30 in the morning and it clearly showed a tumor on my pancreas. I didn't even know what a pancreas was. The doctors told me this was almost certainly a type of cancer that is incurable and that I should expect to live no longer than 3 to 6 months. My doctor advised me to go home and get my affairs in order, which is doctor's code for prepare to die. It means to try to tell your kids everything you thought you would have the next 10 years to tell them in just a few months. It means to make sure everything is buttoned up so that it will be as easy as possible for your family. It means to say your goodbyes. I lived with that diagnosis all day. Later that evening, I had a biopsy where they stuck an endoscope down my throat, through my stomach, and into my intestines, put a needle into my pancreas, and got a few cells from the tumor. I was sedated, but my wife, who was there, told me that when they viewed the cells under a microscope, the doctor started crying because it turned out to be a very rare form of pancreatic cancer that is curable with surgery. I had the surgery and I am fine now. This was the closest I've been to facing death. And I hope it's the closest I get for a few more decades. Having lived through it, I can now say this to you with a bit more certainty that when death was a useful but purely intellectual concept, no one wants to die. Even people who go to heaven don't want to die to get there. And yet, death is the destination we all share. No one has ever escaped it. And that is as it should be, because death is very likely the single best invention of life. It is life's change agent. It clears out the old to make way for the new. Right now, the new is you. But someday, not too long from now, you will gradually become the old and be cleared away. Sorry to be so dramatic, but it is quite true. Your time is limited. So don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of others' opinion drown out your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary. When I was young, there was an amazing publication called The Whole Earth Catalogue, which was one of the Bibles of my generation. It was created by a fellow named Stewart Brand, not far from here in Menlo Park, and he brought it to life with his poetic touch. This was in the late 1960s, before personal computers and desktop publishing. So, it was all made with typewriters, scissors, and Polaroid cameras. It was sort of like Google in the paperback form. 35 years before Google came along. It was idealistic and overflowing with neat tools and great notions. Stewart and his team put out several issues of the whole Earth catalogue, and then, when it had run its course, they put out a final issue. It was the mid-1970s, and I was your age. On the back cover of their final issue was a photograph of an early morning country road, the kind you might find yourself hitchhiking on if you were so adventurous. Beneath it were the words, "Stay hungry, stay foolish." It was their farewell message as they signed off, "Stay hungry, stay foolish." And I have always wished that for myself. And now, as you graduate to begin anew, I wish that for you. Stay hungry, stay foolish. Thank you all very much.
That is the end of the speech. Now, write 3 main points of the speech.
नहीं बेटा we talked to them now okay they were able to listen the first day करता कि देखो मतलब की वीडियो मैंने काफी भी डॉक्टर को ये भी I guess you are able to hear this speech now at the centers.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You are able to hear it clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we'll close this session here. We have delayed the session about 15 minutes because of the technical problem. I want now each one of you write down the 3 main points you draw from this speech, and the coordinators will send me a soft copy of that by email. And we meet tomorrow for a very interesting session on articulation and pronunciation by Dr. Archana R. Singh. So enjoy your evening, and tomorrow morning we meet at 9:30. I request the coordinators to kindly make sure the participants are there at 9:25. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.